Yes. I understand.
Can you guys hear the commercials now?
No,
not hearing anything. When we connected,
Okay, Mac,
we
I didn't hit anything. It went away once you guys started the StreamYard, I think.
That's what I'm saying. Like, there's nothing that I know of you to do. If we're connected, I'm supposed to hear the stuff. It's 5 to 6. I guess I could just disconnect and connect again real quick.
Okay.
No, you're fine. I'm gonna disconnect. I'll be right back. Hello?
Check.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Can't hear anything.
All right. Hold on 1 second.
Go Gunter.
How about now?
Yep.
You guys can hear me still?
Hang on.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyper speed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. Don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation.
Dinner reservation. Yeah.
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you, man. What was that?
So I had changed the talkback when I got in here, and I guess it like automatically reverted back. I couldn't hear you guys when you first had it on the line, so I put you on a different talkback. And anyway, it worked for a while, and I guess just at the same time you guys connected to the stream, decided to revert back. So
Decided to go back. Okay.
we should be totally good now. We've got about 2 minutes till the show starts.
Okay.
Perfect.
Mac, just so you know, this Rossini audio is really rough. I'm going to try to save it.
It's rough.
It was my stomach.
People often do.
Okay. Heard.
And having a condition.
There's a couple good.
API. With API,
Yeah, I'm going to
salvage some of that.
I'm gonna play with it. I think I can start on here and just see what we can do. CJ sounds great.
Yes, CJ sounds awesome. Which is great because that was a great interview.
We need to cut myself where I said I need to
Oh yeah, that's in there.
The very last one.
Yeah, just that.
It's fantastic. Like 6 seconds of silence.
Yeah, it's
a long time.
Play football.
Play football.
Yeah.
That's where Grainger comes in.
He's
With
nervous.
over 1 million industrial grade products
We'll do
and
that.
fast, dependable delivery.
6:17,
Grainger
okay.
carries the
Gotcha. Yeah, it's ready to go.
so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet.
Yeah, Mac.
Call
New Orleans on Radio Row, as you can see by watching us live this morning on the stream. Dusty is nowhere to be found, and we have no idea where the hell he is. I mean,
New Orleans,
you were supposed to bring him back last night. I can only be your dad for so long on this trip until you got to find out where Dusty is. I left you responsible last night for him. I went to bed about 7 o'clock. Let them go out in New Orleans all night long, and there's no Dusty to speak of this morning. So hopefully we'll find him in a gutter or in a trash bin or I don't know where we're going to find him at some point today, but eventually Dusty will show up once he gets out of the gutter and decides to come to work. Oh, there he is. There he is. Out of the New Orleans gutter.
Keep your friends closer and your enemies away. That's the saying they give these days.
That was actually pretty quick. You made it back. I didn't think there was any chance you'd make it back. So there it is.
Doubting Fescoe.
Well, not doubting you, doubting the ride share services and all the transportation.
Very good people. Very good people. But there's an important piece of equipment you have to have here, and your boy didn't have it.
That's right. If you don't have your pass, you ain't getting in.
No doubt about it.
And the good thing is we're close, so it wasn't that big a deal. Yeah. But we made it. We're in. We're ready to go. And opening night last night. You guys had your first opening night experience down at the Super Bowl. Was it everything you dreamed of, as they like to say, at opening night for you guys last night? Like, what expectation going in versus what you were able to actually see and get out of opening night? Because I know everybody, like my wife always has these grandiose expectations, and I never live up to them, right? Like, so I don't know if you guys had expectations going in, what you thought you were going to see, deal with, and get out of opening night. But I thought, for all intents and purposes, and we'll get into some of the stuff that I was hearing last night, I thought it was a pretty good opening night for everybody last night.
Max, I thought it was interesting how, you watch all these on TV. It was kind of the same concept, right? Like one team comes out, they put up on the stage, their cheerleaders are there, song and dance, and then to the podium. It seemed like it was a lot quicker than when you looked at your watch once you were ready to get out of there.
Yeah.
But it was cool to kind of see all those people. You saw some of the athletes that were like, this is annoying. We've done this before. I just want to go play football on Sunday. Totally get that. But seeing the, certain celebrities that were there, seeing certain people that were there, seeing other fans, like it was crazy to me to see that, I think Mac and I had a guy that was behind us when we were waiting when Travis Kelce was talking and they were interviewing like all the players on the stage with Chris Hansen. Check that, Scott Hansen.
Mm-hmm.
And they were talking to him on the stage and they were still booing Travis Kelce and telling him that he had the referees. So that was good. And he was wearing a Green Bay jersey.
That was great.
So I guess Green Bay's even against the Kansas City Chiefs. The guy could not let it go. Constantly was like, and you have the refs, Travis.
Refs in your pocket, Trav.
As if you could hear.
Yeah.
So that was cool. Running into Tech 9 of all people.
Yeah, right.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm. That was interesting. Matt got to take a celebrity off his bucket list.
Yeah, fanboyed out for a second.
To that. So I think it was everything that I don't know if you're really into football. Like we're lucky enough to have this job to where this can come with that perk or that perk can come with this job. But that's something that I would definitely, I don't know, experience. I guess. It's kind of like an all-star game, like a home run derby. I would say it's similar to that. Like I've never been to one. I've heard people that have gone and be like, yeah, it's cool for like 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're like, oh. And then you're like, yeah, then you just sit there and you're watching batting practice with 70,000 people.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So, this was essentially a media day, but with 70,000 people.
Hey, people paid to get into that
That's
last
right.
night.
Yeah.
The good money maker for the NFL last night. But you mentioned guys being dialed in, and I think that's where we need to start tonight. I don't know why I was going to say tonight. But that's where we need to start today because it does feel like night, right? It's New Orleans. The clock's never turned. But I think that's where we should start today because it all, to me, revolves around Patrick Mahomes last night. And I watched Patrick Mahomes come out. I posted the video on X, and I was actually looking back at it this morning. And it was like a few Chiefs players were kind of walking out before the big event started. It was Andy Reid and his wife, Tammy, and Patrick and Travis and Chris Jones, the main guys that were on the stage last night, right? And I looked back at that video this morning, and Patrick shot me this glare, like this. Like, I'm trying to do it for the cameras like this, like just dialed in glare. Like go back to my X feed and look at that Twitter page and look at that video. And I looked at him like, damn, he's kind of dialed in. And then they showed him on stage, right? And like everybody's kind of having a good time, if you will, and fun. And Patrick has got kind of this scowl on his face. And I posted that picture as well up on Twitter. I'm like, he looks like dialed in a big way. And so that was kind of my impression of seeing the Chiefs players out onto the field. And then as I do, I start talking to people throughout the organization and they're close to the team and whatnot. I kept saying the same thing to people. Patrick's dialed in, man. Patrick's dialed in. And one of the people with the, close to the organization has said to me, they go, you have no idea how effing dialed in Patrick Mahomes is for this game. And I'm like, okay, that's a good thing right now for every Chiefs fan to hear, because here we are on Monday night and Patrick Mahomes on that stage. And I don't know if you guys took the same impression away. Clearly didn't want to be there. Like he had better things to do, like being in that playbook and getting ready for this football game. But he looked like he was dialed in. And that was the sentiment that I was getting from many different people that I talked to throughout the organization last night. This game is as important to Patrick Mahomes as any game ever. He wants this one as more than anybody else. And I can tell you as well from the folks that I talked to last night, this organization wants this three-peat more than anything else. And they will end up getting this three-peat because when Patrick wants something, as we know, Patrick goes out there and gets it.
Yeah, it's an interesting way because I think the first one might have every title has like an owner, right? I think. Like the first one was for maybe Lamar
for Andy.
Or for Andy.
For Andy, I think.
Then
it
was for like the Hunt family.
Yeah.
Then it was for somebody else. And this one kind of seemed the city.
Yeah.
I think the city's got one. Andy's got one. The Hunt family's got another one. That's the three.
Yeah. Right.
And then you think of the fourth. It's like, well, when you have the luxury of having all these titles, you have the ability to hand them out more often to others.
Right.
This kind of seems like this one's for Patrick.
Right. Like this one's for John type moment, you know?
Like,
right.
Never been done before. It's clearly obvious why they're able to do this.
Right.
I mean, I get it's a team sport, but they're not here at 15, not the quarterback.
Right.
Hell, let alone they're not winning more than 2 at 15, not the quarterback.
No.
So it kind of feels like, you watch the snippets and the clips of like what last season was, and we always go back to the on-stage, conversation they had with Chris Jones of, let's go get 3. It's never been done before. It's like, why do you want this so bad? Because you want history.
Yep.
You want to lock the book, throw it away, keep the key. And, basically, I think he's already on house money for his career in the NFL. But, I mean, a 3-peat, 4 titles, 6 years, you solidified yourself basically with the greatest to ever do it.
Yeah.
It's Tom Brady and then it's you. I think you still have groundwork to go. But this seems like one of those titles that it seems like it's solely for Pat. Like at the end of the season, that they do win it and they're celebrating in New Orleans on the dome or on the field of the dome. And it's like, we just really want to give this one to Patrick. He was really dialed in for a 3-peat. He really wanted it. I could see that after last night because he was a dad taking his kids to see Santa for the 3rd straight year.
Yes.
Get in line.
Yep.
Ask him what you want.
Right. Let's move on.
All right, let's go.
Because he was dialed in.
Give it
And so hearing that from numerous people last night around the organization was pretty cool to hear. And I think that's a big deal for this one because if you're a Philadelphia Eagle fan right now, the last thing you want is Patrick Mahomes dialed in. The last thing you want is Patrick Mahomes going, all right, it's time to mess some things up. It's time to go out there and to get this 3-peat. And for me, I just look at it as like, okay, Patrick Mahomes in the game, Tom Brady in the booth. And I said to somebody last night with the organization, I said, if he wins this thing, do you think Tom Brady will crown him as the greatest of all time? And the person said to me, how can he not at this point in time?
Yeah.
How can he not pass the torch? Like, I got to be honest with you. If Tom Brady is quote unquote this great guy that everybody thinks he is, right? And I'm sure he is, and he doesn't have to do this to be a great guy, but for me he does. You pass that baton.
That's
to
all
Patrick.
that matters.
Yeah, right. No, you pass. if he passes, I want that passing of the baton where Tom Brady says at the end of that game, we'll hear the Jim Nantz call of 3-peat. It's a Patrick, something like that. And I think for Tom Brady's sake, if he were to say, and with that win, I now consider Patrick the greatest of all time. That goes a long way. That will be the story coming out of the Super Bowl. It won't be the game. It will be that Tom Brady passes the torch. And he has the opportunity to do that, to move that game forward, because some other folks were saying last night, too, to me, what are they going to say about us when we win this? What are they effing going to say about us when we win this one right now? Yeah. So there's a lot of fire that is driving this organization from a lot of different people that I spoke to last night that want this thing so effing bad, Dusty, and they're about ready to do anything to run through a wall to get this 3rd straight Super Bowl because they want to shut everybody up.
I still think time is on Mahomes' side to be considered the GOAT, like to be considered crowned. The time is also on Tom Brady's side to be an announcer. I don't know, like I would assume that if he was going to hang it up, he would have already said so. It would have been like, look, I tried to do it. It didn't work out. It is what it is.
You would do anything for $40 million a year, right? No matter how good you were, right?
I don't care if I had to travel 2 days a week and have to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, take 2 Ubers to do my job.
That's right.
But like the thing is like, that's where I think this whole thing is. I don't think it's necessarily a shot or a negative take. I just think that like Mahomes is 29 years old, and if he wins this game, he's got 4 titles, and he's got all the time in the world to be the GOAT and to surpass him. I know what he's doing right now is a massive accomplishment that's never been done before, but no one's ever won 7 before either,
right.
And no one's set the records Tom Brady has set. That's not saying that Mahomes isn't considered. I mean, I think we could see it. I think the picture is being painted in front of us of like, yeah, eventually we're going to get there. And I mean, I don't know, man, how many they can keep winning, but this is 3. I never thought they'd win one in my lifetime, let alone back-to-back, let alone 3 total in 5 years. And I think that if you look at in this picture of the NFL with how good they make it look and how easy. I mean, they went 15-2.
Yeah, I know.
On the midst of a three-peat. So it's like he's going to have time to continue to fall into this because, again, he's 29. Quarterbacks don't necessarily hit their prime until they're about between 30 and 33. So he's still got, 1-2 more prime years left?
Yeah, maybe.
So, I mean, even if he doesn't win one next year and he goes a couple years, hell, Tom Brady went 10.
Can you establish yourself as the GOAT and then add to your resume and become an even greater GOAT? Like, because I think that's where with Patrick Mahomes, I think you can establish yourself winning 3 in a row as the GOAT and just add on top of that resume.
Was Jordan the GOAT after 3?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, Bill Russell won 8. We never had these conversations because this didn't exist.
So Jordan won the GOAT until he did a double three-peat?
I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know because, again, this did not exist. We didn't sit around and bloviate on radio and social media about who the greatest of all time was. We just kind of enjoyed the ride back in the day, and it was a lot of fun. And that's nice. It really was, right? Like, that's the message that I've gotten from a lot of people. Sean Sharif, one of our former coworkers, is here down in Dallas now, and he goes, you guys are living the dream, man. I go, yeah, we are. And sometimes it takes people from the outside to remind us that we're living this dream of Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. And I've been telling people that for this entire – we've got to enjoy the moment, enjoy what you're in at the time. Do not worry about what's coming. Do not worry about what didn't happen. You enjoy that moment. And I think it gets lost. And sometimes you need to reel that back in and realize, hey, we're at the Super Bowl for the 3rd consecutive year. This is a football team that's probably better than any other football team we've seen. We got a quarterback that's dialed in and ready to go. And I'll tell you what, man, these folks down here in New Orleans just keep coming up to us and talking about you're living the dream. You're living. Some people also say we're tired of you, but a lot of people are like, God, you guys are living the dream right now. And we are. And the dream's going to get even bigger on Sunday when Patrick Mahomes gets that Patrick and we have 3 straight championships and we're raising that Lombardi. And I'm not calling it the Tom Brady trophy. We're raising that Lombardi trophy for the 3rd consecutive year. Last night fired me the F up. I know they're fired up and ready to go, and all you all should be fired up and ready to go because this team is ready to go knock off the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, and Matt Nagy made a deal with me that I hope he holds up his end of the bargain because it could be sweet. We're broadcasting live from Radio Row in New Orleans. Thanks to our friends at Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of your Kansas City Chiefs. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy, drink responsibly. Coming up yesterday, there was a massive announcement in the NFL regarding one of its greatest players that could possibly make Bob think there just might be a chance he could be a Chief. Why not? You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty, live from New Orleans at Radio Row, brought to you by Bud Light.
Yeah, Bob was a little louder. I don't think it was anything bad.
Okay.
What?
All right, you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty at 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas. At 96.5 The Fan.
You're clear.
Hello. That sounds much better to me. Yeah. I think it was just.
Nathan, you there?
The pause.
All right, guys. About 5 seconds.
Yeah,
I didn't know.
No, true story, man. She won $66,000.
How much did she actually get?
Probably 25.
Yeah, right.
And a trip to Turks and Caicos.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so
Awesome.
she was on there. It was on Mom and Me Week.
Yeah. Dana Wright was on the Price is Right, too.
Yeah, well, she had the whole coin on this story. So told Maggie that story real quick. And then as we're walking out leaving, you know how clustered it was.
It's a mess, yeah.
Sardines.
Literally. And what do we get, Mac? She looks over, she smiles, waves, says, "Hey, good night, see ya."
Yeah. And she initiated it. It was not you. She looked over at you and said, "Hey,
yeah. I didn't know Pat Sajak had a daughter, let alone she was at the Super Bowl. But you're a wheel guy, so
big wheel guy,
yeah,
big
wheel.
third wheel guy. Driving the first wheel last night though, baby. We met the sketch guy, the
Sup, brother.
Sup, brother. Met
Tuesday.
Well.
That was awesome. Very cool.
You guys are geeks. But we also met C.J. Gardner-Johnson,
and that's where we start tonight.
Sports.
This is sports, right? But like the C.J. Gardner-Johnson thing was funny. You know, I've told the story. Our friend Gene Watson, the assistant GM of the Chicago White Sox, right?
Watson,
so I saw C.J. Gardner-Johnson with this big White Sox pendant on, right? Like this big diamond-studded Chicago White Sox pendant. So I use that kind of the hey, guys with the White Sox. Hold on a second. He's like, okay. So we started talking to C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and we're going to play this back for you here in a second, Nathan. I want you to listen all the way to the end and listen for the pause.
You're like, I'm only doing this interview because of the White Sox.
I don't know right now. I'm only doing it because of the White Sox, I guess.
CJ, this game means a lot, man. Patrick Mahomes, the offense is known for the Chiefs, but also the defense. What's different about this year for you guys?
I guess the scenery change, I guess.
Yeah.
Scenery.
Yeah, what do you know about, when you go to the preparation of the Chiefs, they're the standard, right, of the NFL? I think you would say that, but you come from the NFC, trying to match that standard as well. What do you do in this game?
Be yourself, do what Eagles do, and just understand that it's the next big game because it's the top of the mountain. You got to understand, you got to be where your feet are and trust your teammates, trust your coaches, and do what you got to do.
What do you guys do this week, man? For us, it's boring at times. I'm sure for you, it's kind of boring at times. How do you kill the time, get ready for that game, and kind of keep it all composed at the same time?
Extra film, extra sleep, extra recovery, and a little extra downtime to get your mind right and understand what you're playing at.
Do you hang out at all in New Orleans? You get to go out and see the town, or is it all business? No way, really?
You got to get out of here. Well, you got team.
Yeah.
7 and 9, I think. But
is the head coach going to let you see Kendrick at halftime, or is that a no-go?
I'll be honest with you, I don't really care.
Yeah, all business, right?
I don't care if Lil Wayne will perform. It doesn't matter to me. I got football to get attention.
What's the number one thing you got to do to stop Mahomes?
I don't know. I guess play football.
Play football. After a 30-second to an hour-long pause, he said, I don't know. I guess play football.
I think the pause is interesting to me because there's a lot to dive into in the pause, right?
Sure.
Just like if you were to text that, it would have been like, question. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, you got him.
Yeah.
He was quick to every response,
Mhm.
right? Like I was like, you asked him curfew. Oh, it's 7:00. I looked at my watch. I was like, it's 7:25. I was like, you got to get out of here. He's like, what team functions? quick on that. Right. Hey, Kendrick Lamar at halftime. These athletes, they love Kendrick, or they love the debate. Is it Kendrick? Is it Drake? Somebody asked Justin Reed that as well. And he's like, honestly, I don't care. I don't even care if Lil Wayne. And then how do you stop Patrick Mahomes? And you look at each other like, is he gonna answer?
Right.
And then he's like, I don't know, play football, and we both just lost it. I don't know if you like for that. But I didn't know any other reaction to do than to laugh. I was like, man, you've been witty, you've been great, you've been perfect as an interview, and then your question of, well, how do you stop Patrick Mahomes? And I think there's two things here. One, no one in the world of the NFL, no one in the F knows.
No one knows.
Two,
No.
I think at that moment his conscience caught him because I think he was in. And again, I don't know what he was saying. I'm ad-libbing here, but maybe he says something like, "I don't know, but we're gonna do something," and then it's like, "Hang on, little guy, maybe don't say anything." Remember that quote that Nick Sirianni gave you guys one day? Just stay like vanilla. Just don't give him anything. It can be fun, it can be interesting, but when they ask those types of questions, you're left. And he was so and to the point every time. And then, how do you stop Patrick Mahomes?
Play football.
Okay.
All right. Nathan, can you run that cut again for us?
I got football got to do. What's the number one thing you got to do to stop Mahomes? I don't know. I guess play football.
That's right.
Less than almost 4 seconds. I timed it. Almost 4 seconds of a pause and that's a long time. Like when you're having a conversation and somebody pauses. 1, 2, 3.
And I guess
4.
listening back, one thing is also something that could bounce you back and forth. Like, what's the one thing? And if you say one thing, stop him from throwing, on third down. Okay.
But these guys are so good with their canned answers, right? Like they go through all the media stuff. They know what to say and more importantly, what not to say in these type of situations. But to hear that yesterday, I thought the silence was deafening in that one where he actually paused and went, it could be what you were saying, which ain't a bad way to approach it, or he just didn't know what to say. It wasn't like it was a gotcha type of question. It was, how do you stop Patrick Mahomes? Everybody's been asking that question now for years. And I thought that was a real answer last night by C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Like,
sure.
I mean, everybody's tried, everybody's attempted, everybody's gone out there and tried to find a way to stop this unbelievable quarterback, and literally nobody has had an answer for stopping Mahomes. Now, Tampa could say they had an answer. I would say we didn't have an offensive line. It was me, Dusty Mack, and 2 others, and Nathan and somebody else, and maybe Cody, that were playing offensive line that day against the Tampa Bay Bucks in that Super Bowl. That's how they were able to stop Mahomes on that day. But when they're healthy, when they're fresh, when they're ready to go, and they got all their guys, it's a very tough task. And so I thought that was a very, very paused answer by C.J. Gardner-Johnson. It was just rapid fire with everything. How do you stop Mahomes? We're trying to figure that out, sir. Thank you.
What's the one thing you do to stop Patrick Mahomes? There's too many to say. And
Don't know what to do.
And see, that's the thing too, is if he tries to play the nice guy route, he tries to be the guy that's like, oh yeah, there's many ways you can stop him. You know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Someone's going to take that clip, they're going to cut it right there, and it's going to be C.J. Gardner-Johnson says there are many ways to stop him.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
Even though he went ... and said more.
Yep.
Him doing that, it's fine. I'm okay with it. It was a laugh. We had a good rapport with him.
Yeah.
As soon as we were done, dabbed it up, walked off, and then we carried on throughout the night. But a very interesting thing about this business is that expressions and pauses, which can be the same thing, can literally say more than a 5-minute interview.
Right.
Which, I mean, that whole time sitting there going back and forth, and then immediately just
play football.
Which is great.
Yep.
Like, I mean, it works out for everybody.
Because that really is the easy approach. And if you're a guy in the NFL and you're going into a game against anybody scared or worried or afraid or thinking you're not going to be able to beat them, well, then we know what the answer to that question is. You're not going to beat them. You just got to go out there and play free.
You go in there with a mind that's foggy. You're going to go in there and you're going to leave already with a foggy mind and a loss. So we are live on Radio Row in New Orleans, brought to you by Academy Sports Network. It's gearing up for their 3rd straight title in Academy Sports and Outdoors. Has everything you need to rep your team during their historic run. Maybe an historic run that's not going to show up anywhere as we gear over from a team that is successful, another team that we were talking to in Philadelphia who's been successful, and one that's not, but was kind of trending differently because they had finally made themselves relevant again That is the Cleveland Browns.
Mm-hmm.
And for those of you that missed it yesterday, one of the most prolific and one of the most bona fide studs and certified Gs in the NFL, Myles Garrett says, I want out, released the letter. I sent you the AI thing. I don't know if you want
Oh, it was fantastic. But it was true. And none of that AI was wrong.
No, it's funny. And so Myles Garrett wants out.
Yeah.
From what we've seen from Anderson, what we see from like Diana Rossini, and reports from people that are inside these walls and talking to these people, this ain't gonna be a fun divorce.
Yeah.
This is gonna be a very I'm getting the kids and the dogs and the money, and you will be paying all of that. It's like, no, you filed. I'm not giving you anything, but it sounds like it's gonna go back and forth, back and forth. Myles Garrett wants out. Cleveland again, back to being the mess and the laughing stock of the NFL. For a while, it was Carolina. They seem like they finally picked up the quarterback. They'll still trending upward. Cleveland finds themselves back in the residency of where they've always been, which is the bottom of the pit of the NFL because of terrible ownership, and they've wasted Myles Garrett's career.
Yep.
They've wasted Nick Chubb's career, who broke his leg for them.
Yep.
They got to the playoffs, had a Coach of the Year award twice.
Messed up by getting rid of Baker Mayfield.
Blew it all.
Yeah.
And, Baker goes to Tampa Bay. Well, and now you have, I don't know, in my opinion, Bob, the best defensive player in the NFL the last 3 years.
Yeah.
Not even your organization because you wasted his time.
You've wasted his time. And I don't have a problem anymore with athletes asking to get out of bad organizations. Bad organizations need to be shamed. They really do, because there are too many good organizations, but there are so many bad organizations out there where players get drafted by. And that's, that's the beauty of the NFL and Major League. You get drafted and whatnot, and then you're, there for a couple of years, and then you can, move on once you're free agency. But a lot of guys don't reach free agency in the NFL because the average lifespan of an NFL player is 3.5 years. It just doesn't last that long. And so before you know it, boom, your career is over. And it's the Saquon Barkley effect that we're seeing right now, where he finally reached free agency and got the hell out of New York and went to a winning organization. And don't think guys don't talk throughout the NFL or throughout baseball to each other about, hey, we are doing this, we are doing that. And Myles Garrett, who's one of the great players in the NFL, top 10 player in the NFL, maybe top 5 player in the NFL, right? You look at a guy like that who's busting his ass, destroying everybody, doing his job to the best of his ability and then some, and he's with an organization that is complete total garbage. Like the Cleveland Browns are a mess, a disaster, and they're an embarrassing stain on the NFL. And I think, honest to God, the league should take over that team just like baseball did with the Expos back in the day. Find a new owner and run that team the right way, because whoever owns that team right now is a clown show. And so Myles Garrett says he wants out. I don't blame him. You only have one NFL career. Do you really want to spend it in Cleveland? Like, who wants to spend their NFL career, or any time for that matter, in Cleveland, Ohio, losing all the time, and it's cloudy and there's no good food? Like, I just don't understand why anybody would be mad with Myles Garrett for wanting a trade. It's the smart thing to do. And I said to you guys yesterday, how I am on acquiring players and whatnot. I go, that's one I'd be willing to make a move for. Myles Garrett is one that I would be willing to go out there and trade some future collateral to bring him into the mix here in Kansas City. He's only 29 years old, clearly playing at a very high level. And boy, if you had Myles Garrett in a defensive line, because, Chris Jones is going to get closer and closer to the end. Charles Omenihu is going to get closer and closer to the end. And one of those things we talked about yesterday was how great this organization is on backfilling, right? And being ready for the next, and being ready for when this guy moves on, and backfilling this guy. Myles Garrett, to me, fits that bill. Will they get him? I don't think they'll go out and get him, obviously, because they don't have a top 5 pick or something like that you can give up for Myles Garrett. But, man, I think this is going to be the greatest offseason saga that we see in the NFL. And if Cleveland doesn't do him right, the NFL should contract that franchise.
Yeah, you got to look at where the teams are money-wise. I think top 5, New England, Washington, the Chargers team that's up there as well. Arizona, I think, is in one of the top 5 in cap space. Cowboys look to be the favorites when it comes to the odds, 4-1. Commanders 5-1. That's a great team. I mean, Washington makes all the sense in the world. I think there's another thing too when it comes to this Cleveland Browns situation with Myles Garrett, which is not just the team, but also maybe what the future is of the NFL draft. Like, who's to say, like, with them having the number 2 overall pick, where we know Tennessee's probably going to take a quarterback, I would think, unless they, trade for one and trade out of that. But I don't think that happens. They're going to take a quarterback with the first pick. But it's like, maybe he saw the talent, was like, there's nothing out there to turn this franchise around.
Right.
This franchise is still in love with the weirdo,
right,
and he's probably
come back. And I was talking about Justin Tucker being editing.
Okay. I think you watched too much of that AI video.
Oh, was it?
So no, it's one of those things where, I think he saw the future. He's like, this team has no chance at winning because there's nothing in the draft that's going to make this team win. There's nothing that shows me any sort of promise that lets me believe this team wins. Look, as much as I would love to have him on the Chiefs, it's never going to happen. I think it'd be awesome. Obviously, the thought process of it and to make it a reality by speaking it into existence. But look, he's going to go somewhere that has a lot of money, that's able to spend because of what he is and the commodity that he can bring to the team. And to me, Washington does make sense, right? Like their defense struggled this year. He's a high prolific player. There is a good quarterback, a potential MVP quarterback. Hell, he got to the NFC Championship in his rookie season.
Right.
And we know somebody different is going to win the NFC East next year. It happens every year.
Yeah, right.
So Washington has a chance. Mm-hmm. So I don't know, man. I mean, he is such a great player that got drafted to such a terrible team. Who was, the leader of that defense. 2 years ago, that defense was up there with Kansas City as 1 or 2 in the league. Yep. And then a year later, it's over and you won out.
And that's how fast it is, too. And I think that's another reason why you enjoy this ride, because last year people were talking about Cleveland at this time being good, and here we sit with the Browns being 2-15. The Chiefs do have the third best odds, according to Bovada, to get. Not that matters. The odds of going, the odds of where these guys are. I love when they put the odds out. The odds, like they're just making that stuff up. It's
always
not,
the Chiefs.
Yeah,
top three.
Yeah, like it's just never. It's not true. They're just getting some money and juice on it, and it's fun to talk about. But but Myles Garrett coming here would be great. It would be awesome. But I really do appreciate Myles Garrett, because a lot of times you hear, do these guys even care about winning at times, right? And they do. These players do care about winning, and they don't want to waste their careers being with losing organizations. And that's why some people have taken less money. It's why Patrick Mahomes continues to kind of renegotiate his contract. Chris Jones could have made more money on the open market. Travis Kelce could have made more money, on the open market. But the good news is, with the Chiefs, after this season, there will be money coming off the books. Justin Reed's a free agent. Trey Smith's a free agent after this season.
Mahomes is going to
Bolton's a free agent after this season, right? Like, so there's a lot of money that is kind of coming off the books, and you're right, Patrick. Hey, we got a chance to get Myles Garrett. Patrick, are you good at doing this? Fine, let's do it.
I just my fourth Super Bowl in 7 years. I have nothing to play for.
Yeah, fine. Take a little money. Let's go win another.
And if you want to get like an early morning sub, your defensive line would be Myles Garrett, Charles Omenihu, Chris Jones, George Karlaftis.
Let's go.
I mean, one can wish, right?
Just go do it.
Speaking of my dream, you don't want to wake up from. That gets Mac ready to go every day.
Oh, Mac.
Do you see the pressures this team has been forced by everybody?
Do you see what their expected DVOA is with Myles Garrett?
Yeah, 1.
No.
It would be sick. Just for once. Have they ever had like in this? Like, I guess DeAndre Hopkins is a big name. I'm trying to think.
Like a big name free agent signing the Chiefs. Yeah, Chris Jones last year. I think.
That's something that wasn't. It was in house. But like
big names, Terrell Reeves, Terrell Suggs, but not
not like legitimate guys in their prime.
In their prime, no.
Like say a guy played his 4 years on his contract. Like say that.
Well, Justin Reed, I mean, was a nice addition after his first contract. Not
Tyrann Mathieu.
Tyrann Mathieu was a good addition, but again, not like he's a Myles Garrett. But that's where you go broke, though, as an organization. When you spend dumb money in free agency, we see it all the time. They make these bad decisions and these bad contracts, and
he's 29.
I know he's 29, right there. But I still think I've watched the guy play.
I've seen that man shirtless. I think I'd roll the dice with 29.
I would too. Yeah, like I would absolutely say, you know what? The next 3 years, I'm going to roll with Myles Garrett. Fine, let's roll with Myles Garrett. But I also think he's one of those guys too, which general managers will tell you. You have to know that when you pay a guy, they're still going to go out there and earn their money. They're not going to get fat and happy. Myles Garrett doesn't appear, and I don't know Myles from Adam, but he doesn't appear to be the type of guy that is going to go out there and crack open an egg cream and sit there and drink soda all night and not do anything and not get ready for, his game or whatever the case may be. Like, I think Myles Garrett is one of those guys that when you pay, they work harder to get better.
No doubt about it. And don't forget today, Denen Hughes on the show, the owner and CEO of the Chiefs on the show, Clark Hunt, Gerald McCoy on the show, Josh Briscoe on the show, all of that today. Sooner than later. And don't forget, you can watch all of this. You can watch the show on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and Twitch, presented by our partners at Technology Group Solutions, the official IT provider of the Kansas City Chiefs, and broadcasting live from Radio Row in New Orleans, thanks to our friends at Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of your Kansas City Chiefs. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Drink responsibly. There are bands that everybody wants here in the NFL. What they could be, plus we get into maybe some tough Tuesdays at the end of the year. Our last tough Tuesday, guys. Listen to Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan. You're home.
You're listening to Fescoe.
You're clear.
Live from New Orleans at Radio
Thanks.
Row.
There are reasons what we're doing, Bob. We're trying to not have you live during the commercials. Come on, I got you. Just let us do it.
Brought to you by Metro Ford, online at kcmetroford.com. On the Missouri side, 49 northbound, no delays from Belton to 470, and then 71 northbound moves well from Grandview Triangle into downtown. Attention drivers, the time to buy is now at Metro Ford. Pre-owned vehicle comes with a 5-year, 200,000-mile warranty. Visit Metro Ford on Noland Road.
Northbound, no delays from Belton to 470, and then 71 northbound moves well. Warranty, visit Metro Ford on Noland Road. Northbound, no delays from Belton to 470, and
hopefully everybody out there is having a good time. They 100% had that cold front come through. This is how geeked out I am on weather. I don't know what it is. I got up this morning and I looked at the weather in Lee Summit, 31 degrees. And they said a cold front moved. They said at one point, this is how you know you're not in the Midwest anymore, Dorothy. They said at one point yesterday it was like 65 degrees in Lee Summit.
Yeah.
And at like one point by the end of the night, it was going to be 32.
Oh, gosh.
So it's just like we'll be back, Daddy. That's for sure. Because we get back, it's back to reality. Because it's 67 degrees outside right now, loving it.
I have 74 today.
That's right. Let's go sunbathe on the rooftop. But no, it's today is another day that we storm along here in this event. I can't believe it's only Tuesday. It feels like it's Thursday.
I know, right? Yeah,
right. Yeah. I woke up this morning. I was like, "Damn, it's Tuesday. That was just Monday yesterday." All right, so we got some time to do that. Tonight's our. I was talking to some buddies last night. Ron Hughley, who was there last night, ran it, right? And he's like, "So what's the?" He goes, "That's that early start." And I was like, "Yeah, it's like that 2 o'clock's nice out here this time of year." He's like, "Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, it's pretty cool." I was like, "He's like, your early start." I was like, "Yeah, it's like Monday night we have this tonight." He's like, "Yeah," he's like, "Us too. We got to go back and put everything together and whatever." And then I was like, Tuesday's our media appreciation dinner or whatever they call it.
Yeah, media party. Yep.
Yeah, and then after that, it's kind of like, all right, the week's starting to kind of fill itself out. You just need a couple of things here and there. Wednesday night might go jazz clubbing. Thursday night might go hurricane drinking. And then Friday, who knows if we see 5 p.m.
Right, yeah. We got a 6:45 dinner reservation, so we got to make
it got moved?
Oh, yeah.
I thought it was 9:15.
No, we were not making that. There's no chance.
That's all. Did you think that, too? Did you know it was 6:45?
Yeah.
Wait, it was 9:15 originally?
Yeah.
Oh,
that's what I'm doing. Do you think you could make it to 9:15? I was like, Bob, I don't think you understand how I go. And he's like, well, you don't understand how I go either.
Yeah,
we ain't making 9:15.
Yeah, we ain't making 9:15. No, there's no late nights for me at this stage. But so 6:45 got it moved. Thank you, Jasper, very much for taking care of that and getting that all figured out and moved around and whatnot. Yeah, so Friday night. Yeah, once Friday 10 o'clock comes, you won't see me until Monday. So it's going to be a lot of fun though down here over the weekend. I think
you're not
going to
make
New Orleans.
The game Sunday?
A lot of people are coming down, and there's no guarantees. It's New Orleans, right? I mean, look. Who knows what's going to happen between now and then.
You thought I was in a gutter this morning.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't know. We thought Dusty was dead. We had no idea.
You thought I was
He left with some bum down there in the French Quarter. I don't know what happened. And all of a sudden,
hey, they're nice people. Like they're really nice, man. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, the best. Yeah. So here we sit, and as you mentioned, a lot going on from a show standpoint. Clark Hunt will join us at 8:15 today. Right. And, obviously a lot to talk about with the owner of the Chiefs and whatnot. And so I'm excited about that. Do you think he'll like the hat?
Of course. Is there anything Chiefs? Mac could go to the hotel now, slap a Chiefs logo on that polo. He'd be like, "Not really our colors, but dude, it's a good looking polo."
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah. So I got the hat on today. My friend Paul got these a couple of years ago because I got sailor caps for the Chiefs logo. Now I've started to see them. More and more people are popping up.
I would wear
hats,
one, but I can't now.
Why? Because I've got it. Yeah, it's already stolen, right?
Yeah, I can't do it. Like, props to you, man. It is a Tuesday, so let's get a couple of tough Tuesdays here. We talked about one on the other side of this break or before this break. Cleveland football, man, tough Tuesday today because you're back, man. You're back to being the bottom. You're back to going to be picking one or two every single year. Mm-hmm. Will you screw it up again? Will you add to that list to that guy who's got a quarterback jersey with every single guy's name that's been there for the last 20 years?
Oh, yeah.
And that Cleveland organization from McCoy to Couch to Max Boy Manziel to Baker to Flacco.
And all the names you don't even remember until you start to look at Whedon. Brandon Whedon was 38 years old in college.
35-year-old rookie.
He'd still be playing if he was the NIL day. Brandon Whedon'd still be in Oklahoma State, right?
Apparently that guy had a hose. He got drafted by the Yankees for his arm.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, if you get drafted by the Yankees in the early rounds and don't make it, then you go back to college and then get drafted to be a quarterback for the Cowboys.
That guy failed in 2 sports.
That's right.
I failed in none. Well, all. But that guy failed in 2.
Not only that, but 2 major organizations did not want him, the Yankees or the Cowboys.
Right.
So maybe Tough Tuesday, Brandon Whedon.
Brandon Whedon's waking up this morning going, what the hell did I do? Why am I getting talked about?
We got a Tough Tuesday coming up. We got a Philly host that's right next to us, Kansas City. I want to be serious with you real quick. I want to be dead serious with you guys. This host from Philly who does midday radio in the city of brotherly love thinks that Philadelphia is going to win the Super Bowl 42-14.
He'll be on the show later.
That's right. I am not making this up. It is going to be a tough Tuesday for him because I am going to remind him about what happens when you make these egregious takes.
Right.
I don't think Patrick Mahomes blown out more than 4 times in his career. 1 time in the Super Bowl, but his offensive line was depleted.
And he was hurt in that game, too.
You know, we'll have this young man who was just – and we were looking at Hugh Douglas, who joined us yesterday. And I looked over when he said the take, and I kind of gave him those crazy eyes, and he was just like, oh, no, man. I was like, all right, dude, get your boy in check because I hope you know what he's doing right now because it ain't going to be that way.
Doesn't it feel like this week, and it's only Tuesday morning, but this week all the talk has been about the Eagles and how they're going to beat the Chiefs. I just get this feeling like it's going to continue all week long, and everybody's going to talk about the Eagles. And by the time we walk out of here at 9:58 on Friday morning, never to be seen from again, we're going to hear a lot of people picking Philadelphia to win this game. And then Sunday's going to happen, and the Chiefs are going to win the football game. Okay. And everybody's going to be like, oh, I didn't see that one coming. Because I think there are so many people subconsciously just rooting for the Philadelphia Eagles or anybody right now to beat the Kansas City Chiefs.
Anybody but KC. The mindset is what at least it sounds like.
Yeah.
We did have an interview with Diana Rossini yesterday where she absolutely roasts me. It's hilarious. We'll play that later for the show. And then another Tough Tuesday, Bob, Creole Food in the City with us 3 here.
Yeah.
15 pounds easily has been put on by your boy with eating po' boys and oysters and gator bites. And we still have to get the etouffee. We still have to get the beignets. We still have to get the
beignets after. I was thinking today after the show we go beignet hunting. Go to Cafe Du Monde and get some beignets and get some powdered sugar all over our faces and drink some coffee and eat some fried dough.
Please.
It doesn't get much better than that.
I want some etouffee and I want some beignets. But those are my Tough Tuesdays. I don't know if you guys have any other
I do. The rest of the NFL right now that doesn't have the opportunity to have Patrick Mahomes as the quarterback, because if you don't have Patrick Mahomes as your quarterback, you're kind of straying. You got that stray eye going around. Is there anybody out there that can get us like Patrick Mahomes? But more importantly, Tough Tuesdays as we continue to roll on all of those teams that are going to be looking for a quarterback, because there just isn't one out there. This offseason is going to be very difficult for a lot of teams. And you had mentioned last night to me about Saquon Barkley. It was Jameis Winston. We got Jameis. We'll hear from Jameis Winston coming up as
what
well.
A guy.
Awesome dude. He asked Saquon Barkley about a quarterback or whatever you said.
Saquon, I'm a free agent. You think anybody would pick me up?
Yeah, and he's like, New York needs a quarterback. I mean, that's cold, right? That's really cold. But that's where it is. There are so many teams that are looking for a quarterback. And I'll be honest with you, Jameis Winston or anybody else that's out there right now, I think you probably go with Jameis Winston. At least your fans would love Jameis Winston and have a good time rooting for Jameis Winston, because that guy is he's legit, man. We had a great conversation with him. I said to him last night, I said, can we ask you a few questions? He goes, can I ask you a few questions? I'm like, sure, if you want to interview us, go right ahead. But, I mean, he was fantastic. We'll hear his takes about playing against Patrick Mahomes and all that kind of stuff. I think he's going to be really good on Fox Sports this Sunday for the Super Bowl.
No doubt about it. He is. He's got a career wherever he wants to go.
Yeah,
Stay in the NFL and make it entertaining for all of us.
Yep.
Or broadcast the NFL. Could you imagine him and Marshawn Lynch in a booth?
Oh, it'd be fantastic.
You wouldn't understand anything what's going on in the game, but you would be tapped in.
You'd be laughing your ass off. And that's what it's about, man. They don't take themselves seriously. They have fun, and you enjoy it. That's what it should be.
I think that's how most entertaining shows are. I mean, I don't know what everybody's opinion is on Pat McAfee, but you watch that show and you're like, I would be worn out after one episode because they're just out there in the hotel room shooting the breeze, saying what's on your mind. And then you're like, oh, but they're also talking about sports. I would talk to my buddy in our kitchen. Not
good.
But you know that in 1995, there were 14 quarterbacks that threw 15 yards.
Right.
And all right, thanks, dude.
Yeah. Max said the other day, McAfee doesn't do enough DVOA.
I don't know this ego anything that he's just
Never brought it up. The only stat I've ever heard of. But McAfee is great. Like I hate when people say they don't like McAfee. I feel like people who don't like McAfee, it's different. It's a newer type of entertainment and whatnot. I think he's fantastic. I love watching his show.
He's different and new, and he's a flash in the pan. So, we talked about that Jameis Winston audio. We'll get to that on the other side, but also want to remind you that we're broadcasting live in Radio Row in New Orleans. I guess we're on Radio Row in New Orleans. banana and 3 hard-boiled eggs.
That's a good breakfast, brother. I'm not kidding. That is a really nice breakfast for you right
with a
there.
little coffee and almond milk.
There you go. That's a healthy breakfast.
Add where you don't have to substitute, because I feel like after this it's going to be Bruce Bongtrucker, or we're all going to get called lard ass because we're going to eat like 17
Well, you're
minutes.
getting ready to eat beignets after the show today.
Never had
so
one.
it's a bag of fried dough with powdered sugar on top of it.
Sounds
so
perfect.
Clean your veins now with the hard-boiled eggs and the and the bananas, and also too the hard-boiled eggs. Man, somebody peeled all those eggs. Could you imagine having to do that? Sit up there and peel all the eggs for everybody down here today.
There is.
Oh, shucking oysters, no question.
Really?
I mean, peeling eggs. I mean, tiny pieces
that's
of
fair, the little
I mean,
flakes.
yeah, just awful. You know?
Yeah, it's like fiberglass of food.
Yeah, who would help sit there and peel eggs? I mean, but give me the oyster shucker all day, man. Yeah.
Don't forget big game coverage on 96.5 The Fan, brought to you by Community American Credit Union. Member owned, open to all, invested in you. Join today at communityamerica.com. We'll keep you posted. We'll keep you posted on the rest of the afternoon with the Maggie Sajak. I think she might be into your boy. Bob. Just saying. It might have been the lavender.
Did she get your number?
No, but she wanted it.
Did she give you hers?
No, but we could see it was going.
Oh,
there.
it was going.
Obvious.
Of course,
Come
it was
on.
going there. That's right. So my friend Drew at the strip club. I think she likes guys.
Well, I'm just telling you, Mac is. I've known Mac for what, 6 months,
6-7 months.
So we're not like boys like you and Ralph, or like me and my buddy Paul, or anybody like that, or my buddy Nick.
We're getting there.
But we're getting there. Like last night, we were sockless watching NBA. And I mean, I'm not going to lie to you, dude. This guy's calling out names. I think
you've never heard of these people.
You have to watch the NBA
No, I
game.
don't.
No, I'm telling you, dude. You will be so impressed when you watch the NBA game with Mac. He's like, "Come on, chances." I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "Who's this guy?" He's like, "Normally he puts up like 6 to 8. Tonight he's having a really bad night." So what do? We found out obviously you can sports gamble in New Orleans,
right?
So we open up the app. I'm like, dude, I guess the way you're talking, I like Orlando in this. Live bet Orlando. Orlando lost.
Yeah, of course they do. That's right.
And we just keep going. But no, I was really impressed. But no, I'm not kidding, man. When we walked out of that busy atmosphere that a lot of people were at, can I buy a DIU? I can't even spell my name. She looks over. Rusty, have a great night. Nice meeting you.
Did she use your name?
No.
Oh, damn.
No, but it's better
now.
for the story.
Yeah, right. Like she uses your name. Well, okay.
Oh,
now we got something.
It's a lot like when Cinderella left the glass slipper at the ball. I gotta go find her. I gotta introduce a gang.
Right.
Look, when you're famous and you meet somebody once, right? You never remember him.
Right.
It's kind of like what's his name? Cam Jurgens last night gave me the most professional, I respected it response from an athlete to a media member. We were going to get him in for an interview, talk about the Chiefs' defensive line. He had already done like a weird 5-minute interview with some other dude. I didn't really understand the concept of that interview. And he turns around and he's going with Peter Schrager in like 5 minutes. He got the update. And I was like, hey, man, you got a couple minutes? And he was like, I'm going to go with a familiar face. Sorry. Yeah. And I was like, dude, I would hope that like the team that I cover would do that for me. I was like, no, dude, I respect you. He was like, no problem. Like it was kind of a, yeah, sorry, nerd, get out of my way. But I know this guy, not you.
Yeah.
Which he, could have been rude about it, but he wasn't. Right. So, as we continue coverage here in New Orleans.
He had the best hair of the Super Bowl, though. I'll tell you that right now.
It's definitely a fresh cut mullet.
It is.
That's what a mullet should like. I mean, there's another man out here rocking a somewhat mullet that I don't know what the hell he is doing.
Yeah.
I don't know if his wife has threatened to leave him or what is going on, but that looks like a cry for help.
It really does. It looks like my mullet from COVID, and that was not a good thing. And the only reason I had it was because I couldn't get a haircut.
And it just grew that like trashy way.
Yeah. It just kind of like flaked in the back. And I'm like, what the hell? I'll combine it with a mustache and see what we
Bob's hair was so out of place that his HOA came in and said, hey, man, you got 2 weeks to get the thing cut, or you guys are out.
Got to cut it. You got to get this thing trimmed, man. It was awful. I know the mullet you're talking about, and it is really bad. But Cam Jurgens last night, I put a picture of him on X as well. The mustache plus the hair, real nice for Cam Jurgens.
Yeah, so I think this guy that made this graphic on X, his name is Elliot, right? That's his name?
Elliot.
I think he's going to go on the drive. I saw somewhere on Twitter that Carrington had alluded to it, but he's out here as well, really giving this whole – because you said the narrative is Saquon Barkley and the Philadelphia Eagles can win this game, and a lot of people think they will. The other one that we're starting to notice that makes Mac roll his eyes is the roster talk, right? Like, I agree that from top to bottom, player v. player, Philadelphia probably has a slight edge with roster, right? I think their receivers are better because they're more experienced and they've proven it, right? Like that's the same conversation. Their running back is the best running back in football. The only comparison you would get is if it was Philadelphia, Baltimore in the Super Bowl, and it'd be like Derrick Henry or Saquon. Where do you want to lean? And I think a lot of people, 90% of people, would still lean towards 26 for Philadelphia.
In a heartbeat, 10 times out of 10.
But again, he has here, it's Super Bowl 59 rosters. Quarterback, and it's in 3 different categories: elite, average, bad.
Right.
Elite is Patrick Mahomes, and then a little bit of distance, Jalen Hurts.
Which we can talk about Jalen Hurts. I'm more of a Jalen Hurts fan than anybody in Philadelphia, but he's not elite, right? Like I think we throw the terms out there that we want to use that don't necessarily apply. The term great is overdone. The term elite right now, when it accounts for Jalen Hurts, is overdone. Like, he's a very good quarterback. And again, I'm kind of finding myself to be a Jalen Hurts apologist at this point in time because I think he's good.
List the top 6 quarterbacks, you don't
think about Jalen Hurts.
And that's not
right.
a shot, dude.
Right.
That's just talent in the NFL, where I think the elite number is 5.
Right.
I wouldn't even put Jaden Daniels in elite yet. He's too young. He hasn't shown.
Too
he's
early.
Great. He's not elite.
We didn't put C.J. Stroud there yet, right? You need more time.
Well, I think there's one elite quarterback. It's Patrick Mahomes, and it's everybody else after that. And I think it's Patrick Mahomes, and then Gap, and then it's the guy in Buffalo who's changing rules by the day, and then it's Joe Burrow, who's only been to 2 playoffs, and then it's Lamar. I mean,
that's the list.
Like, Jalen Hurts beats Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl. He usurps a lot of those guys, and you could make the case now. Is he the second best quarterback in the NFL? 2 Super Bowls, 3 years, beating Patrick Mahomes. It's more than Josh Allen's ever done.
If he plays really well, I agree. If he's a huge part of that game, that win, then yes.
But I think he has to be a huge part of this win, though. I think if Philadelphia wins, Jalen Hurts has to be a big part.
This is where it gets really fishy. Obviously, the running back, they have average for the Chiefs right in the middle. They have Saquon Barkley basically like tipping the scale of elite. And then they have tight end.
Right.
They have Dallas Goedert slightly ahead of 87. I'm not going any further. Just let it happen.
I mean,
it is what it is.
I know. I'm going to take a deep breath on that one because, like,
boss.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, C.J. Gardner-Johnson on this one. Dallas Goedert is better than Travis Kelce. Your thoughts? No, nobody's better. Nobody's better than Travis Kelce. Nobody is better than Travis Kelce.
Wide receiver, elite Eagles, middle of the pack, average for the Kansas City Chiefs.
You know, how do you define average? How do you define elite? A.J. Brown, fine. Go with him. He's wonderful. He reads the book. But these guys for the Chiefs do their job in an elite way, right? Like, Hollywood Brown gets open when Patrick Mahomes needs him to be open. DeAndre Hopkins will be there when Patrick Mahomes needs to count on a guy. You've got Xavier Worthy, who's taken Xavier Worthy last night, just to kind of lay the land for everybody. There's about 11 guys from each team that get a podium because they're looked at as the biggest name players in their organization. Xavier Worthy had a podium last night where everybody was gathered around. That means the Chiefs and the NFL view him as one of the quote-unquote elite players in this game. If you don't think Xavier Worthy has arrived on the scene and is now trending towards being one of the better wide receivers and weapons in the NFL, then you got to get onto this party bus, man, because Xavier Worthy was looked at last night by the league and considered by the league one of the top 11 players on the Chiefs last night.
Because I think one side was McDuffie, Mahomes, Kelce, Jones, Bolton,
Justin Reed.
That was the Chiefs sideline.
Yeah.
Then the other sideline, right there for you, was fan podium: Xavier Worthy, Andy Reid, DeAndre Hopkins, Harrison Butker, Isaiah Pacheco.
Yeah,
I like Xavier, man.
Xavier Worthy. That's what I'm saying. Like, all of a sudden, Xavier Worthy is no longer just a guy that was drafted, by the Chiefs out of Texas in the first round. He has now moved into a category of, you're part of this now. You're a big part of what we're doing here. And I also think Xavier Worthy is probably going to be a guy that is going to have a big game in the Super Bowl. It's his first opportunity on the big stage, and the guy does nothing but produce. And so I'm excited to see what he can do, on this big stage. So he may have their wide receivers ahead of which is fine at this point in time, but talk to me about 9:00 on Sunday and see if we're still having the same conversation. Because if Xavier Worthy has a jet sweep for a touchdown and catches one up over the top, people are going to be talking about Xavier Worthy on Monday morning.
Elliott Shore Parks is the Twitter handle that you can go to find the rest of those. They have the defensive line, the linebackers, Chiefs win defensive line. Coach, somehow Sirianni. We're done.
Yeah, I mean, he has Andy Reid and Sirianni both as elite coaches. And again, I find myself as more of a Sirianni apologist than a lot of people because I don't think you just stumble in. to 2 Super Bowls in 3 years, and like he's
when you're supported with a gigantic roster and a gigantic body,
right. But head coaches can screw things up. I saw Todd Haley front and center, right? Like I have seen coaches F things up. Todd Haley was 2-14. Andy Reid came in with essentially the same roster and went 11-5 the following year, right? Obviously, a couple of changes here or there, but the majority of that roster,
different quarterback.
But even still, Andy Reid would never have gone 2-14.
No,
that roster, right?
Haley's roster, Sirianni. Sirianni's had the world.
Right. He's had a great roster, but head coaches can screw it up. They really can. And Sirianni almost did with that, that yelling at Kansas City 2 years ago, kind of derailed the rest of that season for the Eagles. They really never recovered after that.
1-7.
7 out of the last 8 games.
Yeah, they won 1 game the rest of the way. So, like, head coaches can have that kind of impact of screwing things up. He does a great job of staying out of the way. But he's not elite. Like, when you say Nick Sirianni is elite in the same category of Andy Reid, that sounds like bitter Philly. That just sounds like somebody who's trying to, say we're better now that Andy Reid is. Andy Reid's in a category all by himself, guys. Even Bill Belichick would tell you that. Andy Reid's here. Everybody else is here.
It's kind of putting like Jalen Hurts in the elite category quarterback.
Yeah.
Putting Nick Sirianni in the elite coaching. Whatever. I mean, he's got a good record, but let's see what he does in the big one. So you can watch this show on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and Twitch, presented by our partners in Technology Group Solutions, the official IT provider of your Kansas City Chiefs. And don't forget, we are live on Radio Row in New Orleans, brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Kansas City is gearing up for their 3rd straight title, and Academy Sports and Outdoors has everything you need to rep your team during their historic run. Coming up on the other side, Chiefs great former wide receiver Denen Hughes, plus Jameis Winston audio you'll want to hear that we got before we walked in Superdome. Bob Fescoe, McMurray, Dusty Leggett. You're listening to 96.5 The Fan. You're home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to
You're clear.
Live from New Orleans at Radio Row, brought to you by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor
I don't know if you see him officer. Hey, that's
Check.
do something. Hey.
No worries, my man. We'll have Denen Hughes in about 2 minutes here on the show. Before we get into that, as Nathan does his work down the line, this is, I think, and I'm biased because I have no damn experience anywhere else. This has been awesome as a host city. I'm not going to lie.
It's the best.
Like,
I told people going in, New Orleans is the best. People want to argue that with me all the time. There's no place better to do the Super Bowl or the Final Four than New Orleans. And I was actually talking to somebody who's been to, a couple of the other ones last year in Vegas and LA, and they were kind of like, it's just so big and massive, and Phoenix is big and massive. This is a city that is small, walkable, and manageable, and there's something to do all over the city. It is an amazing place to be. It is an amazing host city. They do such a great job down here. And the cool thing about it is they're happy to have you, and they know what's going on. You go to a lot of these big cities, and I don't want to offend our friends to Dallas, but I told the story last week. We landed for the first Big 12 tournament in Dallas years ago, and the cab driver had no idea it was even going on. You land here in New Orleans, you talk to people in New Orleans, and everybody's they're pissed, but they're invested. Everybody's involved. Everybody's making sure that you have a great time. It is an amazing host city, and there's none better. And I just wish the Super Bowl was here more often than not because of how great a city it is, how great a venue. How cool was it being in the Superdome for your first time last night,
awesome.
Right?
It was awesome. I on the field. How dare you get between the pile, the line.
But you were on the field. You were in that dome. You got
to
see one of the wonders of. I remember the first time as a kid when I saw that Superdome, we were driving in the old Toyota van. I'm like, wow, that's the coolest thing ever. And then, having the opportunity to do these events over the years. And last night I went to the bathroom at the Superdome. They still have the troughs in there because it's an old school building. And
I was terrified when I walked in.
Oh, I love the troughs. I just think that's the best way to pee.
Some guy was just shaking like there was no.
I
was like, absolutely not.
Yeah, there are some people that are complaining about the troughs. I don't know why you complain about the troughs. It's the most effective way to urinate. And so they're there. They got this big circle thing for a the hand wash. You step on it like old school. And it reminds me of 2012 at the Final Four when they closed the bathroom. And all of us are standing outside the bathroom. What do you mean you closed the bathroom? Jay-Z's using it right now, so nobody else can go in. They shut the bathroom down for Jay-Z and made everybody else wait.
Well, either way. Our guy, it's time to get junky and funky. Denen Hughes on the show here on Fescoe and Dustin.
You hear him on game days in the booth.
Quickly, they get junky and funky with stretching the field vertically.
And Thursday nights at 6 during Players Only.
Spitfire, hot fire take.
Here's Chiefs Radio Network color analyst Denen Hughes on your new home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
That's right. Denen Hughes, brought to you by Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Kansas City. Discover the benefit of blue. Denen, there was a lot of females looking at your boy last night rocking that lavender, whether you believe it or not. I know we ran into you. Your boy doesn't lie to you. Just saying, the first night at the media night of the Super Bowl, kind of nice.
Yeah, you got the flex a little bit. I saw you out there. It's all right, man. Ain't nothing like being in New Orleans and bursting on the scene. So that's what you got to do when you're trying to go for a three-peat.
Yeah, you got to do that. You're down here early because you want to be involved in the atmosphere and all this kind of stuff. We were just talking about how great New Orleans is as a host city, and since you've been doing this now, Dan, you've got to go to a lot of these different Super Bowls. This one just hits different because it feels original. It feels like it's part of the NFL. It feels like what the Super Bowl is supposed to be, where the entire city is like, let's go for this big game.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of excitement. I'm not sure how I rank it yet. I think maybe later this week or probably as of game time, I'll be able to kind of rank them. Being in the booth for 5 years now and being to 4 Super Bowls, Tampa is kind of an outlier because of the COVID year. That was kind of weak. I think Tampa could be a really cool spot, when you have full capacity and everything. But nevertheless, we're here. The excitement was real last night at opening ceremonies. It was real cool to see both teams out there, see all the media, the players out there seemed energized, Travis on stage. It was real cool. It's my second year going to the opening ceremonies. I didn't go to the other 2, but it's real cool. I got to see a lot of people, so I think just the Super Bowl week and see how things go from here.
All right, we started the show talking about Patrick Mahomes being dialed in. I've got the video on my account. I've got the picture up there as well where he was on stage looking kind of like I'd rather be anywhere but here right now. And like he just had that, as Dusty referred to it, Dad taking his kids 3rd year in a row to Santa now. Let's go. Let's move this thing along. I got things to do. And then I started talking to people, Denen, as like I tend to do. And they're like, yeah, he's effing dialed in, man. Like, I don't know your thoughts and your feelings about what you saw out of Patrick Mahomes, but I saw a guy last night and heard from enough people to say, this guy's ready to go. This is the one that Patrick Mahomes wants more than any other.
Yeah, I absolutely believe that. I think you come to a point, let's face it, we're spoiled in a good way because of the success that we've had with Patrick Mahomes, 7 straight AFC championships. Now we're talking about a 5th Super Bowl. So, like, I think that's part of the course where you get to a point where it's like, okay, let's accelerate this week to get to the game, because unlike the rest of us, those guys are not really partaking in a lot of things that are happening in the French Quarter and around New Orleans. They are about the business at hand. Practice schedule, they have a routine. They can get a little bit outside of their normal routine because they're away for the entire week. But can you blame them? I mean, you're on the cusp of creating history, whole history in the NFL and the Chiefs' kingdom. And you don't want anything to happen. I was talking with some scouts last night, sitting around with coaches, mixing and mingling at the hotel and so on. And you always get the feeling like, okay, as soon as the week starts, you'd love to be able to press the fast forward button and get right to game time, because you don't want anybody stubbing a toe, twisting an ankle, pulling a muscle in practice, anything to happen that could thwart your opportunity to create history. So I feel like that's where they're at now. They've been down this road several times, been a part of opening ceremonies. They've done the whole dog and pony show, and most of those guys are ready to play football.
Denen, I think you probably got maybe the same vibe that I got last night. It seemed like everybody here was on a business trip. Everybody was really spouting off. Everybody was really kind of, having like a super, relaxed time. It was more so just give me through the motions, give me to my, hotel room afterwards, and let's move on. And Bob alluded to the Patrick Mahomes kind of demeanor. It was kind of like that for everybody. Like nobody was really kind of, it didn't seem like anybody's obviously their first ride. It seemed like everybody from, us to them to, even maybe some of the fans, like, let's get this thing going. I know it's only Monday night, but it seems like this is a business trip for a Super Bowl.
Yeah, and I will tell you this. It looked like that for the Philadelphia Eagles, too.
Yeah, right.
Being there all night and seeing those guys walk around the opening ceremonies outside the barricade, like they looked like they were ready for business, too. And even their body language up on the stage, you had representatives from each team up there. I love to see the respect that Nick Sirianni and Andy Reid have for each other. You can tell that there's definitely a respect there. And I've always said you can think a lot, you can tell a lot about how coaches are embraced and how other coaches feel about coaches by the midfield hand at the end of the game. That's kind of what you got last night, is that those guys embraced a hug, a handshake, You had some laughs and chatter up there, even when the camera was not on. Saquon Barkley and Travis Kelce, there was a lot of conversation going on. The same thing with Jalen Hurts and Patrick Mahomes. So that's good to see. I mean, in the end, they're professionals. Even though it's a game where we use the terms warriors and battles and fights and all that stuff, these guys have a genuine respect for each other. This is the best of the best that'll have an opportunity. They're looking for retribution. They're looking for redemption. And we're looking to set history. I think the storylines in this game match up so well for great entertainment. And in the end, that's what it is. I mean, we can watch, we can have passion, we can, have the Super Bowl parties at home and everybody gather and have the halftime show and everything you look forward to. But in the end, you're going to be entertained, and that's the key point to that. That's what we have to focus on.
Yeah, and I think you bring up a good point with the way that everybody was interacting last night, because to say Philly wasn't dialed in as well, but Patrick just had that different look about him.
Yeah.
Like he was ready, like a stoic, like, I'm ready to crush you. And then I look at Saquon Barkley and Travis Kelce, which was a great duo to have together on the stage. And I looked up, and Travis was making me smile. Then Saquon flashed his smile, and I just started smiling for Saquon Barkley, because for guys that go through, playing for bad organizations that are good players, you kind of feel for them. And now he has that opportunity, and the Chiefs will take that opportunity away from him. It just, to me, this week is reminiscent of that AFC Championship game where Derrick Henry was going to run all over the Chiefs. 69 yards later, Chiefs are on to the Super Bowl. I feel this is the week where everybody hypes Saquon Barkley, and Steve Spagnuolo is going to take out his bag of tricks and find a way to shut it down, because that's what he's done in the past, Damon.
Yeah, that's par for the course. That's what we do, and it's great to have an identity. How fun is it, guys, that we have a team that we don't have to guess. We know what's going to show up. We know what they're going to put together. We know how they're going to execute. It's just a matter of if it's going to be a winning effort or not a winning effort. But it's not like we're thinking as fans, oh my gosh, they're going to have to come out and do something different. No, they just got to be who they are. And I think that's a really cool feeling as a fan base, that we are fully loaded for this game, outside of Rashee Rice, who hasn't most of the season. But outside of that, offense, defense, special teams, we are fully loaded. There are no question marks. There are no issues. There are no lingering injuries that we have to be concerned about. And if you talk about putting your best foot forward on the biggest stage and the biggest opportunity of a lifetime for a lot of these guys, we're sitting really good. But at the same time, I'm sure the Philadelphia Eagles are saying the same thing. I mean, they have a high-powered offense. Defense has really been playing strong. They run the ball extremely well. I believe they're the fourth. I saw a stat the other day that said they are from rushing yards per game at 179 yards per game. They are the fourth team in NFL history to rush for that many yards and make it to the Super Bowl. And the other three teams were in 1970. So this is new territory, not just for the NFL, but also new territory for our defense to have to play a team that has really gobbled up chunks of yards on the ground. And you guys know, being around the game as long as you have and myself, there's nothing more debilitating to a defense. There's nothing more demoralizing to defensive players than a team puts the ball down your throat. And you have no recourse and you can't do anything about it. And I'm sure that's probably the mindset that the Philadelphia Eagles are going to come into the game with, is that we're going to break your spirit by our run game. Now, we have something to say about that. And Spags has something to say about that. And that's going to make this game so cool. We're not talking about two super aerial attacks. We're talking about two teams that can methodically, kill you throughout the game. And it's all about what the other team is going to do about it. It's about the counterpunch. And I think that's what we're going to look at in this matchup.
I'm so glad you said that, Dana, because I do have a question that I'm going to act like I know what I'm talking about when it comes to football. Really, you see my body type, you're like, I never played football. So you talk about the counterpunch in running the ball, and in the Buffalo game, I had a take that said whoever wins the coin toss and can defer will have the massive advantage. I think will win the game. The Chiefs won the coin toss, they defer, they won the game. I think in this situation, if the Chiefs do win the coin toss, I think you want to receive. And the reason I say that is because if you go down the field on a classic Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes drive, where it's 12 plays, 6.5, 7.5 minutes, 7 points, that's going to let Philadelphia know, okay, here they are. This is that team. That's where the name on the front of the jersey, which, whatever. I get, you know what I'm saying? Like, here they are, it's the Chiefs. That might steer them out of their way because then if Philadelphia comes out and that defensive line is amped up and rested and ready to go, and they stop Philadelphia 3 and out, let's say the Chiefs get the ball back, they go up 10-0. Man, Dana, it's really hard to run the ball, and if you can do that and take Saquon Barkley out of this and put the ball in Jalen Hurts' arms and hands and legs, I really, really think this whole game shifts into a completely different narrative if you do that and not defer, but take the ball in the first half.
Yeah, I like that mindset. I don't think that's going to happen. I think here's the concern about something like that is you get away from being yourself. And Andy Reid has just never been that kind of coach. Now, conversely, the coolest thing is that we force other teams to be that kind of team. And like you mentioned about the Ravens last year, John Harbaugh, they did not go into that week preparing to play the Chiefs and say we're going to run the ball a handful of times. But they did. And when you look at the game even last week against the Bills, you got James Cook that was doing a nice job, doing some damage early in the game. And I'm sure in their mind they thought, you know what, this game is close. We're going to stick with what brought us here. We're going to stick with the success that we had early in the game. And in the fourth, it was insignificant, especially in the final drive. So, I think we have always done a good job, not just a good job, a great job of forcing teams outside of themselves. And, although that would be the case, I feel like just by our presence and our game plan and executing our game plan, Nick Sirianni is going to have to make some decisions, and it might be outside of the norm for them. Who knows? He may get outside of running the ball from Saquon Barkley if we're able to move the ball down the field. Who knows if he's going to roll the dice and do something crazy either on special teams or on offense with trick plays or something like that to try to throw us off. What I do know is that we don't have to resort to any of that. We are who we are. We have an identity. We have a championship identity. And if we just go out and do what we do, then we'll be victorious like we have in other Super Bowls and all of this season. So I anticipate if we win the coin toss, we'll defer because you want to be able to have the opportunity at 2 consecutive possessions, one to end the half and then to open the third quarter. And if you're able to score on those 2 possessions or suck up a lot of time, that's when you start to see the other team unravel a little bit and decide that they need to get chunks of yardage, and maybe we'll see them put the ball in Jalen Hurts' hands to throw them to victory. And if they do that and get away from Saquon Barkley running, then I like our chances even more.
All right, Dana, I want to play a quick piece of audio for you and get your reaction. I want you to listen for the pause. And we talked to CJ Gardner-Johnson. Nathan, I think you have that cut ready to go. If you could play that cut for Dana. Dana, I want your reaction when you hear the question, the pause, and then the answer.
All right.
What's the number one thing you got to do to stop Mahomes?
I don't know. I guess play football.
Dana, your thoughts?
I feel from a football player standpoint, if I put myself back into that mindset, he wanted to say something that was going to be controversial. He wanted to say something that he probably has said all week long in the locker room and probably will say on the sideline, but did not want to give us that nugget there. Maybe something about hit him in the mouth or knock him around or make him pay when he runs or different things like that. But the pregnant pause, spoke volumes, I guess you can say. So just fill in the blank yourself, but I'm sure from a defensive perspective, it was something that he did not want to put out there, especially to poke the bear and Patrick Mahomes.
It was a 3.8-second pause, my friend. It was an eternity.
Yeah, I don't even think Horizon had a punt last night. Hear this shit.
That's right. That way.
Hey, Jaden, enjoy the game, man. Go for that three-peat. All your stuff. Take care. Be safe. Be easy. And enjoy the game, brother.
Yep, we'll see you guys around.
All right. It's Denen Hughes, brought to you by Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Kansas City. Discover the picture of blue. Coming up on the other side, you know it's coming, and you know it's going to happen. But there's going to be a local story. Let's just see how close we can get when it's all said and done. Here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Spurs.
You're listening to Fescoe and...
All right, Bob, about 20 seconds, and Don Sharp.
Yep.
You buy Bud
God,
Light,
there was something
the
I was going to
official
tell you
beer
at the
sponsor
break,
of the
and now I
Kansas
can't
City
remember what.
Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Drink responsibly, and by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Kansas City is gearing up for their third straight title. Academy Sports and Outdoors has everything you need to rep your team during.
All right, 5 seconds.
This is
Oh, trip.
and gentle.
Easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away, so the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Need it fast? We've got you covered. Lowe's knows pros. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
What does it feel like to file with TaxSlayer and get your guaranteed maximum refund? It feels like the last level of a video game, facing off against the final boss who stands between you and your refund.
All your refund has belonged to me.
Using the power of TaxSlayer like a secret power-up he doesn't see coming.
Only the most tax
confident can defeat me?
Throwing your laptop at his video game face and watching him crumble into a giant pile of shiny coin tax refunds.
Oh, not fair. You use TaxSlayer.
Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
It starts as a nuisance and you just put up with it, but then that awful joint pain impacts everything in your life. Walking, climbing stairs, even getting in and out of the car hurts. Hey, it's Bob Fescoe. I'm talking about that always there joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, and back. But here's the good news. QC Kinetics. Groundbreaking treatments for arthritis pain. Long-term relief is now possible with no downtime. Tens of thousands of QC Kinetics patients would tell you, don't wait, make the call today. These new orthobiologic cellular therapies, including PRP treatments, can revitalize your joints without going under the knife. Look, joint pain doesn't get better with time. So before it's absolutely debilitating, see if you're a candidate for these life-changing regenerative treatments. Call QC Kinetics today for your free consultation. 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. QC Kinetics off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. 816-412-6299.
Big game coverage on 96.5 The Fan is brought to you by Community America Credit Union. Member owned, open to all, invested in you. Join today at communityamerica.com. Here's traffic brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Lee Summit, US 50 westbound, slow rolling from 291 south up past Chipman with an accident in the acceleration lane. Grandview 49 northbound past 140th Street with some debris in the roadway, keeping things slow now from before 150 Highway. From the Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric Traffic Center, Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan traffic.
All right, Bob, we're back here on Radio Row live in New Orleans.
Yep, and it's time to play that Name the Year game, Dusty, with High V, right? Right now, we're going to play a highlight. If you are the correct caller, number 5, and you know the year that the highlight was played from, then you will qualify to win a $500 Hy-Vee gift card, which will be given away at the end of the week. We'll take one qualifier each week or each day this week, and of the 5 qualifiers, we will have a winner at the end of the week for that $500 Hy-Vee gift card. Again, Hy-Vee has everything you need in one spot. The official broker of the Chiefs apparel, party supplies, cookies, all that great stuff. And Hy-Vee, everything you need for the big game. Nathan, play that highlight.
And Chad Henne will be in the shotgun here. With second down and goal to go at the 1. 10-7 Kansas City. 4 minutes to go in the second quarter. McKinnon coming on sprint action. Now they throw it near side. Kelsey's got it. Touchdown! Kansas City sprinting inside the near front pylon. And Chad Henne leads the 98-yard Chiefs touchdown drive.
If you know the year in which that highlight happened, be caller number 5-913-586-7965, and you will be today's qualifier for the $500 Hy-Vee gift card. We'll give you an opportunity this time tomorrow to qualify again.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything more awkward than someone clearly recording when they walk somewhere?
I don't know. Yeah, like
you do. It's like, clearly that guy's got a recording of. So yesterday we had our first lunch experience in New Orleans, right? We had some mothers.
Yeah, took you all the mothers. Yeah, we can go back again, get a different entree today if you want.
I mean, I need the etouffee. I've crossed the po' boy off. We've crossed the oysters off.
That's right.
The gators crossed off. So that's 3.
Then Ye's will be at 10:30 today.
That's today. Yep. And then we have we still have the etouffee. Still need to do gumbo and jambalaya.
Okay.
Then I'm done. I think I can knock a lot of those out in one setting.
Yeah.
But Mac, we have a server yesterday, and he's kind of talking to us, and he's got that. I can now, that kind of New Orleans
real thick,
real thing.
Cajun
He goes out and bang a dart, and this is what he and Mac talked about.
Outside Mother's Restaurant here in New Orleans with one of the servers there. What's your name, man?
Mark.
Mark, man, how long have you been working here?
Oh, about almost 5 years now.
How long have you worked? How long have you lived in New Orleans?
Oh, it's about all my life, man.
Well, tell me a little bit about Mother's Restaurant, man. Seems like a very down-to-earth part of New Orleans.
Local food, home style. Basically, I would call it a soul food restaurant.
What's your favorite item?
I like a crawfish etouffee. We put a lot of crawfish tails in there. It's really good.
Okay, great. What's the most ordered item here?
Got to be the famous burger special. I mean, we've been televised for it several times. You know, we're famous for that sandwich.
What's your favorite thing about New Orleans?
The people, the culture. We all cool to each other. You know what I mean? Everybody gets along. We want big gumbo pot around here.
You got anyone in the Super Bowl? You rooting for anyone?
I mean, say that one more time.
Anyone you rooting for in the Super Bowl?
Oh, not really. I don't like the teams to me. I'm getting tired of seeing Kansas City up in there 3 years in a row, you know. They need a new team up in there. Those should have had that. They keep getting robbed.
All right, thanks, Ben.
Oh, absolutely, man.
That's great. Florio backboard. I told you, there's a lot of tip in there. Grab a stick of butter now.
Yeah, stick of butter's on every sandwich.
I've got the hair. I've been here with No. I don't want to see or hear anybody be like, dude, you're going to finish that? Like, yes, I am.
Yeah, because I ordered that po' boy yesterday, shrimp, and they're piling the shrimp up. And I said, you want a full one? I'm like, yeah, I do want a full one. Right? Yeah, right. The first special you got to get to, it's like beef, or they dunk it. And all
we got to go back to Mother's.
We should go back to Mother's.
When he said that, it's fair now, a lot of tails in there. Like, I was like, all right, man, we got to drill that, dude.
Yeah, we got to hit that. Got to hit it.
But I was going to order it because I didn't see the po' boy on the menu.
Right.
And then you went first. You're like, I'm going to do the shrimp po' boy. And he was like, the half of the full. And you got the full. I'm like, okay. Bob's ass is getting a po' boy. I didn't know they had one. I'm just going to say what he said. I promise you, I was getting ready to order the large etouffee and be good with it. Yeah. And, you know, I mean, I'm 100% saying that word wrong and with a Missouri accent, but come on now. You know, but we were sitting up on the roof the other night, and we were just thinking to ourselves, you know, and what inspired this from doing this is the plane has landed. Right. I'm glad.
Right.
The teams are in New Orleans. Well, that's where the Super Bowl is.
Yep.
And then we were thinking to ourselves, you know, there's always those stories on the news. And I wish I would have recorded the outlet that I watch. And again, this is nothing towards the news, but everybody has the same role, just like we have to say. Mac was probably told, like, there's probably going to be an interview with the New Orleans sort of guy on the street. That's the checklist, right?
Right.
There's always those checklist items in the Super Bowl, like, local artist moves to New Orleans, but is a Chiefs fan. We'll have more at 9.
Right.
You know, there's
Emily Thompson used to live in Raytown, and she's relocated to New Orleans and is coming up with some of the greatest artwork New Orleans has seen, and it comes right from Kansas City.
Yeah, what would it look like if Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift were into voodoo? Local KC artist has moved to New Orleans, and that's her specialty.
Yes.
There's also the local baker or local barbecue guy. Mm-hmm. So why aren't you in Kansas City anymore? Well, I just figured I'd move down here to New Orleans and give these people a little taste of stuff that we do in Kansas City because I really love Creole food. And I'm from Kansas City. It just so happens they're in the Super Bowl this year, so we're really excited.
Right.
Gary has been smoking meat for about 40 years. This will be his first time ever seeing his team in the Super Bowl or at 6.
Right. Coming up tonight at 9, we talked to a man whose grandfather was on the grounds crew for Super Bowl IV at Tulane Stadium when the Chiefs won their first Super Bowl, and he now works at the Superdome. We'll have more at 6.
Kansas City, known for the blues and jazz, one local artist has moved to New Orleans to bring some of that KC soul to the Creole.
That's right. So-and-so has a grandma whose cousin moved to New Orleans a few years ago, and lo and behold, won Super Bowl tickets in a local raffle, and she gets to see her team up close and in person in the Super Bowl. We'll talk to Betty Ray coming up next.
That's right. I will say this. What would you say is one of the topics? 913-795-7. I don't even know the number.
913.
Yeah.
576-7965.
It's 586.
There you go.
Oh, it is?
586-7965.
7965 with that 913 area code. I told you, man.
So confident.
I get the wrong phone number.
Yeah,
ID got this too. Did we get a winner
in sports radio?
We got a winner. The winner apparently didn't have as many hurricanes as you guys had last night. So.
Last night is Joseph from KCMO.
Yeah.
And I also heard there's this thing called the hand grenade. I'm terrified if I should get a hand grenade and a hurricane.
No. It's one or the other. It's one of each. Yeah.
If you didn't have the hand grenade last night, I say you're good. I think whatever you guys did worked.
Oh, we just went to the media thing last night, man. That was
sleep deprivation. Okay,
yeah, that's exactly what it is. No, it's no sleep, but also too, we'll continue to keep you posted on this. So we got the phone number right, we got the winner, we're good to go, and everybody's happy. That's all that matters, right?
Yeah, Bob, you know what year this is from, Dusty?
I'm going to say 2021.
Dusty?
2022.
Dusty's right. So it's the 2022 season, actually in January of 23, in that divisional game against the Jaguars. Chad Henne, 98-yard touchdown.
Anything is possible.
Riz, don't you talk about Henne. I'll tell you what,
one of the best-looking backup quarterbacks ever to play the game. Nick Foles, he was great looking from the neck down. Chad Henne, full body, baby. I can tell you that much. The Henne effect. Coming up on the other side, Clark Hunt will join us at 8:15 here on Radio Row. Plus, you can hear plenty more of what we have to think about what is coming up here for the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, because we go from guess the package to it's not just the weathermen who are fear mongers. It's other people. They did it last year. They're doing it again this year. Same position, different name. You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty with our producer, Mac, here on 96.5 The Fan. Your home. Kansas City Sports.
Yeah, I'm getting tired of seeing Kansas City up in there 3 years in a row, you know. They ain't got a new team up in there.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty, live from New Orleans at Radio Row, brought to you by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Drink responsibly. And by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Kansas City is gearing up for their third straight title, and Academy Sports and Outdoors has everything you need to rep your team during their historic run. This is your home for Chiefs football. 96.5, The Fan.
I'll tell you what, everybody's looking for some ways to get the anxiety out of the system as we lead up to the big game. You're looking for something fun to do, take the kids out, take the family out, take a date night. Foaling is the answer to all of your questions of what are we going to do tonight? Because foaling is the answer for everything. You want to do a kid's birthday party? Take them foaling. You want to do an adult birthday party? Take them foaling. You want to go out and do a work party? Take them foaling. If you want to do a charity event, go Foaling, because Foaling is football plus bowling plus bar, and that's Foaling Warehouse, Kansas City. You're setting up those pins just like you're going to roll that ball down the lane and go strike, but instead you're throwing the football at him. You're knocking those pins down. First one to knock them down wins, and everybody celebrates. The boncorn, that's the coolest thing about Foaling. You hit that middle pin all by itself, the boncorn goes off, everybody has a great time, and Foaling has a world-class bar as well with a beer selection that is absolutely outstanding. And with Foaling, when you do a party, you do an event, you cater it yourself. You bring your own food to Foaling. It is the place to host private and corporate events as well. So reserve a lane now at FoalingKC.com. That's FoalingKC.com, and get your Foal on.
Calling all Chiefs fans, 96.5 The Fan and Hy-Vee are teaming up to bring you the ultimate challenge. Name that year. Here's how it works. Listen to Fescoe and Dusty in the morning for unforgettable Chiefs playoff highlights each day. When you hear one, call in and guess the year the play is from. Get it right, and you'll qualify to win a $500 Hy-Vee gift card. Call in, score big, and make Hy-Vee your home for game day snacks, party supplies, and more. It's Name That Year, only on 96.5 The Fan. Tune in from January 28th through February 7th for your chance to win.
98 years. That's how long Overhead Door Company of Kansas City has been repairing and replacing garage doors. Locally owned and operated since 1927. Headquartered in Olathe. Always look for the iconic red ribbon of the genuine, the original Overhead Door Company of Kansas City. For same-day repair service 24/7, call Overhead Door Company of Kansas City, 816-221-0072, or schedule online at ohdkc.com.
The Chiefs are going for the three-peats, and here is your chance to own a piece of history with the official Super Bowl game program, delivered to your home. It's perfect for your Super Bowl party and a must-have for collectors. Order yours now at superbowlprogram.us. That's superbowlprogram.us. Kansas City is gearing up for their third straight championship title game, and Academy Sports and Outdoors has everything you need to rep your team during their historic run. Shop Nike, 47 brand, and more online and in-store.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This report is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people.
Right now, get up to a $15 gift card after rebate when you purchase select Superstart batteries exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Online at kcmetroford.com. Kansas side, 35 northbound gets pretty heavy at the merge of 69 highway. Stays off again, on again, slow from there all the way up towards Mission. Attention drivers, the time to buy is now at Metro Ford. Like a 2022 low-mile all-wheel drive Ford Escape SEL with a panoramic sunroof for under $27,000. Every eligible pre-owned vehicle comes with a 5-year, 200,000-mile warranty. Visit Metro Ford today on Noland Road in Independence or shop online at kcmetroford.com. Metro Ford, driven to exceed your expectations. From the Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric Traffic Center, Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
Fescoe and Dusty, live from New Orleans all week long for Super Bowl 59. Right here on your new home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
All right, we're diving right back into it. Shortly here, coming up, we'll have Clark Hunt join us. So may go to break early, Nathan, so just bear with us. He's a little ahead of schedule. Like that for that kind of guy. You know, you're a busy man. You got a lot going on. Let's just go through it, get me in, get me out, do my spots, and then we're on our way.
Right.
Talking to some of their PR, they obviously busier than the others sometimes. Luke said he went to bed at 1:15.
Yeah, well, that's when we were getting up.
Because clearly I don't have to get up. And it's so great because they're like, at least we don't have to get up when you guys get up. And I was like, yeah, it's these days when you're out here, it's like as soon as you hear that alarm, it's like a shot of adrenaline.
Oh, it is,
You're like,
yeah.
we're up, in the shower, let's go.
I heard it this morning, and I'm like, what is that noise that's
right.
going off? And, because I was out pretty good as soon as we got home last night.
Yeah.
And, kind of slept real well last night, but still that alarm goes off. You're like, whoa, that's only like 4 hours of sleep. So we got to, keep the train moving and kind of keep it on the track because nothing slows down. It's New Orleans and the week is only going to get busier. And we're just going to be here and bringing it all to you. I mean, we're going to be your conduit all week long, for everything that's going on in New Orleans and hope you guys enjoy everything that we're bringing to the table for you. And if there's something, hey, we want to see this. We want to see Mac, upside down on Bourbon Street getting pickpocketed or something. We can make that happen. I mean, there's no question. I got a guy.
We just got to get to Wednesday.
Monday,
Tuesday, very professional.
Right.
Tonight's the media dinner.
Right.
And the get together, the rubbing the elbows. You're from Houston. You're from LA. You're from Vegas. You're from Kansas City. Hey, Don. And then it's after that. It's like the week gets a little easier. People start to get a little less tense. A little bit more relaxed. And don't forget, we are going to be here Monday through Friday, live on Radio Row in Nolens, brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Kansas City is geared up for that third straight title, and Academy Sports and Outdoors has everything you need to rep your team during this historic run.
Right.
Speaking of runs, right? Chiefs
not yet. Oh, wait.
Yeah, no. The Chiefs are going for their third straight, and this is the second straight year where the opposing team's running back outshines the opposing team's quarterback. And rightfully so.
Sure.
I mean, last year, Christian McCaffrey was probably the best running back in football. He's going to go to the Super Bowl, and oh, my God, what are the Chiefs going to do to stop Christian McCaffrey?
Fumble.
Right. Same story, different year. Here we are. Kansas City, Philadelphia. Oh, my God, what is Saquon Barkley going to do to that defense? I don't know, but I know that defense last year. Kittle, Ayuk, Debo, 85 yards total between the three of them. So in Spags we trust, in narratives we always get, and fear-mongering we get from weathermen and the insiders at the NFL that say, hey, watch out for the Saquon guy.
Well, and that's the thing. I mean, there's been a ton of fear-mongering with this, and it's almost, again, I was talking to somebody last night with the organization, and we were having this conversation, and I'm like every time somebody says it's luck, it pisses me off, because that means you're not giving credit to Steve Spagnuolo, Dave Tobe, Andy Reid, Matt Nagy, all of these guys that are coaching on this team that are putting together these unbelievable game plans to be better than everybody else. In fact, I had one person say to me last night, they go, what are they going to say when we win again? Like, how are they going to continue to run us down if we win again? I'm like, I don't know what they're going to do, but going into these games, it's all about ways to try to run the Chiefs down. And I understand Saquon Barkley, dude, like we all know, he's the best running back in football at this point in time. But Steve Spagnuolo is also the best defensive coordinator in football at this point in time. And he's making, close to $5 million a year being the defensive coordinator of the Chiefs for a reason, because he knows how to figure people out. And Steve Spagnuolo isn't somebody that's new on the scene. He's been shutting down people since 2007. Tom Brady in the Super Bowl. Every time somebody has told Steve Spagnuolo that there is a challenge in front of them and they're not going to be able to get this done or not going to be able to get that done, what does Spags do? He gives you the double bird, he puts together a game plan, and he shuts you down. And I think Steve Spagnuolo is the coaching version, if you will, of Patrick Mahomes. Keep telling Steve Spagnuolo that they can't. Keep telling Steve Spagnuolo that Saquon Barkley is going to run all over them, and let's see what kind of game plan Steve Spagnuolo comes up with. Because going into this game, if you tell me I got two choices, Steve Spagnuolo or Saquon Barkley, Saquon Barkley has no track record in a big game. Saquon Barkley doesn't have a track record in the Super Bowl. Steve Spagnuolo has a track record in the Super Bowl. He's beaten Tom Brady. He's won 2 straight Super Bowls with the Kansas City Chiefs and 3 overall by shutting down the opponent. Did it last year against San Francisco. And even one step further, Dusty, this cat shut down Derrick Henry in that AFC Championship game. And so every time somebody has said, oh, they're better, this team, Steve Spagnuolo goes, all right, we'll take care of business and we'll bottle this guy up. And so I think when you're hearing the narrative that Saquon Barkley this and Saquon Barkley that sounds nice, great low-hanging fruit, all that kind of stuff, and I'm going to present to you, you give me Saquon Barkley, and I'm going to raise you a Steve Spagnuolo and say, until somebody does something against Steve Spagnuolo's defense that's unbelievable, Steve Spagnuolo is still the GOAT when it comes to shutting down the opponent in the biggest games.
Yeah, it's crazy how when you doubt the man that has so much respect, and then all of a sudden people have these topics that they lean on, which is fine. Like I'm totally cool with that. I understand. Like you got a job to do. Like, hey, Saquon Barkley's going to be a problem. I would say that too if I was in Philadelphia. I would say that too if I didn't have a season long of watching the Chiefs or history of knowing what running backs do against the Chiefs in the playoffs when that is the focus. And look, you can have your Dallas Goedert and your 75 yards, and you can give, AJ or Devontae, whatever they get, Devonta Smith, if he gets, 6 for 80, but the score is 13-21 Chiefs at the end of the game, and Saquon Barkley had 75 yards, the story will still be Saquon Barkley. So, we're going to go to break real quick because we got the owner and CEO of the Kansas City Chiefs, Clark Hunt, join us here on the other side on 96.5 The Fan, your home, Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty, live from New Orleans at Radio Row, brought to you by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy, drink responsibly. And by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Kansas City is gearing up for their 3rd straight title, and Academy Sports and Outdoors has everything you need to rep your team during their historic run. This is your home for Chiefs football. 96.5, The Fan.
Men, this is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and you've heard me talk a lot about how treating low testosterone can improve your sleep, your workouts, your energy levels, and more. But today I want to talk to you about your sex drive, because low testosterone can have a significant impact on your desire for intimacy. It can even be a factor in erectile dysfunction, and if you're in a relationship or wanting to be in a relationship, a low sex drive could really be a problem. The good news is that if you're like most guys, treating your low testosterone could really change the way you feel about sex, giving you back the flame and desire that is so important when you love someone. So if you're feeling sluggish and tired, if you're not sleeping well, if your workouts aren't that great, and most of all, if your sex drive is more like a putt, make an appointment at Heartland Men's Health and have your testosterone levels checked. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. We have 3 offices, Overland Park, Independence, and North Kansas City.
Game day is almost here, Kansas City. Come to Dick's to get your new Chiefs gear and make sure you're ready for the big game. Shop our huge selection of Chiefs tees, hats, and hoodies for the whole family. If they win, come back to select Dick's stores after the game to be the first to get the same hats and tees the team will wear in the locker room. Shop in store, shop online at Dix.com, or get curbside pickup immediately after the game. Every championship season starts at Dick's.
Booth Creek Wagyu, KC's premier Wagyu beef meat market, is celebrating KC's 3rd straight big game with the ultimate Wagyu beef bonanza. This week only, buy 2 KC strips and get a 3rd strip end cut free. Or if the tomahawk is your thing, grab the legendary Booth Creek Tomahawk Wagyu steak for 20% off. Booth Creek Wagyu's big game deals are available at both locations, 135th and Metcalf, and the new store at 95th and Knoll. Open 7 days a week or at boothcreekwagyu.com.
I want to tell you about my new obsession, Daisy French Onion Dip. One of my guilty pleasures during football season is eating dips with chips, wings, and veggies, and so much more while watching the big game. And now Daisy came out with a Daisy French Onion Dip, a Daisy Ranch Dip, and these are a game changer. They're as good as homemade dips because they have real herbs and spices in them. They're ingredients you'll find in your own kitchen. So you need to get out to the store now and give Daisy French Onion Dip a try. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip everywhere.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all day freshness.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter? Right? And the best part, they accept Discover. Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer. Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times. Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants? These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Lowe's knows how to help you save time and money, no matter the job. That's why we can deliver supplies to your job site as soon as same day, so you have more time to get the job done. Because when you need it fast, we've got you covered. Lowe's knows pros. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes, placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
What does it feel like to file with TaxSlayer and get your guaranteed maximum refund? It feels like the last level of a video game, facing off against the final boss who stands between you and your refund.
All your refund has belonged to me.
Using the power of TaxSlayer like a secret power-up he doesn't see coming.
Only the most tax confident can defeat me.
Throwing your laptop at his video game face and watching him crumble into a giant pile of shiny coin tax refunds.
Oh, not fair. You use TaxSlayer.
Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
All right, here we go. We're right back here. You can watch all of the show on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and Twitch, presented by our partners at Technology Group Solutions, the official IT provider of your Kansas City Chiefs. Our next guest here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, live from Radio Row. Owner of the Chiefs, Clark Hunt. Clark, how are you this early morning, I should say?
I'm doing great, and it's great to be on with you guys.
You know, I've been thinking about having you on since they told us you were going to be joining us. And the only thing I could think of is, I'm old now, Clark. You and I are kind of ancient grandpas. And the only thing I kept thinking, what would your dad be thinking right now going through all this? Because I remember covering your dad and seeing him in the elevator and how he used to wear those losses and celebrate those wins. And here we are going for a three-peat in a game that he basically invented in the city where you all won your first one. What would your dad be thinking right now?
Yeah, he would be loving every minute of this. It's been such a special era for the Kansas City Chiefs the last 5 or 6 years, and he would have loved it. A lot of people thought my dad was not very competitive because he was so humble and mild-mannered. But the truth was he was really, really competitive, ultra competitive, and loved seeing his Chiefs be successful on the field. And he would love this. And, of course, this year, as you mentioned, we have this special tie back to Super Bowl IV because we're back in New Orleans.
Yeah.
And, of course, the team is training at Tulane University, literally almost on the site where they won Super Bowl IV, which is so cool. And I've actually never been there. And so I'm looking forward later this week to going there, sort of being there, trying to remember what it was like when I was 4 years old, because I was at the game as a 4-year-old. Don't remember much about it. But that's going to make it special, and I'm going to think a lot about my dad and mom this week.
Yeah, and your mom as well. I mean, she obviously recently passed away as well, but she got to experience this. I think looking back, and as I get older, you start to just get more reminiscent and say, I'm so glad mom got to be part of this, you know?
Yeah, 100%. And I'm so glad that she was able to see the Chiefs get back to the Super Bowl, first in Miami for Super Bowl 54, and then a few years later, Super Bowl 57, because she went that 50-year drought, right, between Super Bowls. And she was also a very competitive person, and she loved so much seeing us get back and win the big game.
We are joined by Clark Hunt, and all our guests are brought to you by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy, drink responsibly. Clark, I want to ask you this. I do a lot of social media. I follow the Chiefs, a lot of stuff going on. Your family's with you through all these runs. You talk about 4 years old, trying to remember it, 2 daughters and a son, and they're getting to enjoy this run. What do you kind of tell your family that you guys are such a tight-knit group? Like, hey, here we go again. Like, hey, Dad, are we flying to New Orleans again this year, a year in advance? This is your 3rd year in a row. This is your, 5th Super Bowl in 7 years, and you got a chance to be, like, the Red Dawn era. Like, there's all those names in the past. Now you and your family get to have this legacy. What's that like for you?
Well, first of all, they're spoiled.
That's good. That's good.
Just like everybody who is of their generation who's a Chiefs fan, you just think, well, we go to the Super Bowl every year.
Yeah.
We're spoiled.
We
just talk for a living.
Yeah.
Right?
But I mean, people there's been those hard years. I mean, we were here in 2012. We know what that was like. And even all those tough losses in the playoffs with Marty, and then the no punt game, and like all of those games that we can all identify with, I think for the most part have made us like really embrace and enjoy this. And that's kind of been my message to everybody through this whole thing. Like, you got to enjoy this. Don't worry about things that don't matter. Just enjoy the results of what we're watching right now.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But I want to come back to my family because it is so special getting to celebrate this and enjoy it with my wife, our 3 kids, my 2 brothers and sister. That's what makes it special.
Yeah,
is getting to celebrate together. And I've thought about that each year. And I've got a lot of friends who also come to the game, and it's so special to get to be at the games with them and with family. And certainly we don't take this for granted because we know how tough it is to get to the big game. And this type of run doesn't go on forever.
Yeah, you mentioned the family aspect of things, and you're one of the few sole family ownerships now anymore in the NFL, right? Even like the Giants, they've pieced off the Steelers, you guys, there's a couple others, obviously Chicago and whatnot. But what does that mean to you to be one of those true die-in-the-wool NFL families that really still runs a football team?
Yeah, well, I think that's one of the things that makes the NFL special is that you have these families who've owned teams across multiple generations. And the Chiefs have now been around for 65 years. And, we're into the 2nd generation. Hopefully one day it'll be the 3rd generation. But the business is very special because of that. You look at the Rooney family who's been around, for a long time, the McCaskey family, all the way back to the beginning of the NFL. That's a very special aspect, the history of the league, and getting to, getting to be around those people who understood what it was like founding the league back in the, 1912 or something like that.
Yeah.
I have always wondered, and I'm sure you've told this story 100 times. If you have, I'm sorry. But Andy Reid comes to Kansas City a while back, a few years back. You have a conversation with him. He never leaves. He stays here, and now we have this. Can you give me a little bit of what that was like, that conversation that had him not going anywhere else and staying in Kansas City and creating this franchise that now he has blossomed into such a great organization?
Yeah, well, back at the end of the 2012 season, which had been a very tough one on the field for us, I made the decision that we needed to change the leadership and also change the reporting structure of the team. Historically, my dad had hired the general manager, who then had hired the head coach, and I wanted to change it so that I had direct relationship with the head coach and that the head coach would answer to me. So I made that decision going into the search process. And one of the first coaches that we interviewed was Andy. We found out on what's called Black Monday that he'd been let go by the Philadelphia Eagles. And we had his interview scheduled on Wednesday. It was actually at an FBO at an airport in Philadelphia. And it was supposed to last 4 hours. But we got in there, and there was just such great chemistry. All of a sudden, we'd spent 9 hours together, talking about football, talking about life, and it was clear to both of us that it was going to be a really good fit. And at the end of that meeting, I learned that he had a plane sitting outside that he was supposed to get on at the end of our 4-hour interview and fly to the West Coast for 2 more interviews, and he never got on that plane. And instead, he committed to come to Kansas City on Friday with his wife. He wanted his wife, Tammy, to see Kansas City, and he wanted to see our facilities. And so the two of them come in on Friday. We do the tour. I had a contract ready. And by the end of the day, we had a signature on it.
That's great. Awesome. Everybody remembers the helicopters flying over, and you guys it was the most surreal thing at that point in time. Wow, Andy Reid's coming to Kansas City. That's cool. Oh my gosh, Andy Reid has just become the greatest head coach in NFL history right before our eyes. How do you feel about hearing that? Right?
Yeah. Well, so special, and he was already such an accomplished head coach. He took Philadelphia to 4 NFC championship games, went to a Super Bowl, unfortunately didn't win it. But when he came to Kansas City, the knock on him was he's one of the greatest coaches ever, but he's not won a Super Bowl.
Right.
And now, look at where we are now, 3 in the bag, and, hopefully another one coming. He just passed 300 career wins a couple of weeks ago, right? Very small club of head coaches who have accomplished that, only 4 total. So he, as you point out, he's well on his way to becoming one of the greatest coaches, if not the greatest coach ever in the history of the game.
And that leads me to the quarterback. If he three-peats, can we call him the greatest of all time? Because I think you can. When you accomplish something nobody else has done, I think you have to have that title.
Well, he's certainly already in that conversation. I think we'll have to wait until we get to the tail end of his career to make that judgment. Clearly, there have been some great quarterbacks, most recently Tom Brady in New England, being right at the top of that list. But he's definitely in the conversation. Patrick's definitely in the conversation for the greatest all time. But I hope he has a lot more Super Bowl victories ahead of him that'll help solidify that.
2 things. You seem like a really good negotiator. My landlord wants to raise my rent. I was wondering if maybe you could fly with me to Lee Summit and talk to him to make sure he doesn't, since you got Andy Reid here for the rest of his time. Also, on a serious note, what is your sort of preparation for a Super Bowl game? I'm sure your game day, everyday game day is different. Maybe it's not, but this is New Orleans. This is the Super Bowl. This is a three-peat. What does the Hunt family do before a big game like this?
So we'll do a chapel service on Sunday morning. Our team chaplain will come on over to our hotel, and we'll do a family service, something that we love doing. And by the way, we have the greatest team chaplain, Marcellus Casey, who does such a great job of mentoring our team. And then we'll head over to the stadium. We'll go to the NFL tailgate party. And then there's a huge Chiefs tailgate party that at the stadium where we'll go and get to see a lot of the employees, a lot of friends, a lot of extended family. So we'll do that before. And then we want to be in the stadium about an hour and a half before the game, have time to go down on the field and just soak that environment in, because it is so special to be on the field ahead of a Super Bowl. Then I'll pass through the locker room on the way up to the suite, and then we'll brace for 4 hours of fun.
Yeah, it will be 4 hours of fun.
The rest is just in the Lord's hands, right?
The rest is like, okay, what's going to happen? Right. How's Patrick going to pull this one out this week? Right?
You're going to wear a hat like this if they win?
You like the hat, don't you?
Hey, I'm not superstitious, but I will wear it if we get a victory.
Okay, I love
Fantastic.
I know you'll never see that hat again.
Never see that hat again, right? It's going to be lost. All right, I'm going to rapid fire a couple at you. I know you hate these questions, but I got to ask them anyway because that's my job. Travis coming back for another year?
I certainly think so. I think he's enjoying playing the game. He's clearly, one of the greatest tight ends of all time at this point. But I think he loves what he's doing.
Yeah. All right. Next one. Florio was just over here. Andy's coming back, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm glad there have been none of those rumors this year. I think Andy's getting younger now. He's really enjoying what he's doing as well. I think, Patrick has rejuvenated him, and I think he's going to be here for a long time.
Very good. All right, let's talk a little stadium, if you will. And obviously, it's on the top of everybody's mind. I know you guys are doing the stuff behind the scenes. What can you share about where you guys are in the stadium process?
So we've been having very good conversations this fall with leaders on both sides of the state line. We think we have some great options. We'll move to pushing those options forward here in the spring. Ideally, we would like to have some clarity on the direction we're heading, by the end of the spring. So that's our goal.
What do you want in a stadium? Because I know how much Arrowhead means to you and the family and your dad and all that kind of stuff. But I also know you see LA, you see Las Vegas, you see all these new beautiful stadiums. What do you want? What's your goal?
Well, I think, we have two really good options. One would be the construction of a new stadium, which might be a dome facility. Which would give Kansas City the ability to host big events like the Super Bowl.
Right.
And the other one would be a major renovation of Arrowhead. I mean, Arrowhead is still an incredible stadium, even though it's 50-plus years old. And it's a place that our fans have so many, great memories and love coming to. So whichever path we end up going, it's going to be a great outcome for our fan base, for the club, and for the community.
Clark, last one. You might have the best moment of the season coming up here in a couple of days, but what's been your favorite moment of the season so far with this team this year?
I wouldn't say it was any single moment, but it was the many close games that we figured out how to win, right? And it wasn't always the offense and Patrick doing it. It was a complete team effort. We had a lot of games where the defense, figured out how to seal the game. Other games where the special teams came through big with a blocked field goal, and we won the game. And then, of course, Patrick had some special finishes as well. That's what I think we'll all remember about this season. When we look back, I think each one of these Super Bowl journeys has its own story, and that'll be the story of the 2024 Chiefs.
Do you smile when you hear people say, "I'm sick of the Chiefs"?
No, I don't smile, but I do understand the sentiment, right?
No doubt.
I don't.
Well, hey, we appreciate the time. Take care. Enjoy this run. We'll do the same. Clark Hunt, enjoy the rest of the Super Bowl here on Super Bowl 59 in Louisiana.
Will do. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Clark. Welcome. Appreciate it.
That is Clark Hunt, the owner of Kansas City Chiefs. All our guests are brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Kansas City is gearing up for their third straight title, and Academy Sports and Outdoors has everything you need to rep your team during their historic run. You heard it. They win. Your hat's gone.
That's
I
right.
think you're okay giving the hat to the owner.
I think I am too, right? Like I think Clark showed up and the first thing he said to me is, "Nice hat, man. I really like the hat." I'm like, "Hey, I got the hat. My friend Paul got these a couple of years ago." He goes, "We're going to be wearing these hats." I said, "Let's go, baby." So if they win, it was like the blue sport coat during the World Series, in 2014 and 15, I had that blue sport coat that I was wearing everywhere. The blue sport coat it was on display at FanFest, and after it went on display at FanFest, I was like, we're done with the blue sport coat. And so maybe this hat takes over as the blue sport coat that everybody's going to be wanting to wear because now the owner wants the hat, right?
Yes, no, to be continued. You brought the red blazer.
I did not bring the red
Okay.
blazer.
All right.
No, I did not because it's New Orleans. It's hot. I didn't find myself needing a blazer down here. I didn't bring the red blazer, but I did bring the New Orleans style cap. I think the biggest news to take away, obviously, Travis Kelce's coming back.
Yep.
I mean, and that's the
owner
owner.
says so.
That's the owner of the Kansas City Chiefs telling us that Travis Kelce will be back for one more swan song, if you will. And the other one, obviously, the Andy Reid rumors. We're looking at a lot of the media right now that wanted that Andy Reid rumor to be true. Mike's right here. And Andy Reid's going to be coming back for a very long time, too. It was great to hear that from Clark Hunt. Like, not like one more run for Andy Reid. Like, this is an extended period of time. And, I could say the same thing about you. Like, you're like my Patrick Mahomes. I know how I've been rejuvenated. And I'm being serious.
High praise, Bob.
I mean, I get what, like, Andy got to a point where he's winning. All right, I'm in my – look at this guy coming in and doing something. I'm staying for
So
a
what you're
long
saying is
period of
clean
time.
was Alex Smith.
That's right. No, I'm kidding.
Hey, you know what? To be fair, though, that's high praise of you to say that, to put me in that category. But I wouldn't know things or be able to do things if I didn't have Kling tell me.
Absolutely,
like Kling
yeah.
told me, he's like, you're a fool, you're chaotic, you can't teach that. But what I can teach you is how to work with Bob, or how to know when things are supposed to be, and how to get yours when it comes to sales or ads or whatever. Here's the nits and bits that you need to know that I can teach you, but what you do else, I can't teach you. So just go do it.
Yeah. So if you want to compare Kling to Alex Smith, great. But I'm comparing myself to Andy Reid, being the old guy and having like this new young guy come in and seeing the way that things are going. I love working with Andy Reid now, or Patrick Mahomes. I don't want to go anywhere right now. And Alex Smith was fantastic. I mean, you have to go back to that guy too. And I think he's going to be, as the seasons move on, an even bigger footnote. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if one day Alex Smith is, up there in the Ring of Honor for the Kansas City Chiefs with the way
Willie
that
Roast name last night.
I
Their
know,
Ring of Honor.
yeah,
That's cool.
yeah,
I always love seeing the 2001. I'm like, thank you.
Yeah, right. Like Willie up there and is really, really cool.
Yeah.
They didn't have many people in their Ring of Honor here in New Orleans.
Yeah, because I mean, obviously the next one will probably be Breeze.
Yeah, I would think. Like, how could he not be up there already? Right.
Well, I don't know if it's been 5 years. I think they probably.
Is that? I don't know.
That's got to be like a unanimous
hell, Tomba's in. He hasn't been gone 5. I guess he has.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah, he's been gone before COVID, which was 19, 20.
That's right. You're
So, I mean,
right. Oh my
25.
God. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where the hell's the time going? Right. Like I saw Dante Hall. I'm like, he played. Yeah. Oh no, he's been gone like 20 years now.
I mean, think about how long ago Tyrann Mathieu was here.
I know.
Like, even that name, he's still, and he might go in their Ring of Honor. I don't know. I mean, I doubt it, but I mean,
we can't put everybody, there's so many guys from this era that you're like, they belong in the Ring of Honor.
Is
Andy
Rofe
Reid.
in the Kansas City one?
No.
I was going to say, that'd be crazy if he's in two different ones.
I don't know if Willie Rofe is in the Chiefs, but I can't
Text
remember.
line.
The text line will absolutely 100% know who's in the Ring of Honor. But I mean, there are so many people from this era of Chiefs football that could be in the Ring of Honor. It's Patrick Mahomes, it's Alex Smith, it's Andy Reid, it's Brett Veach, it's Harrison Butker, it's Dustin Colquitt, it's Chris Jones, it's Travis Kelce, it's I would imagine maybe Creed Humphrey is trending in that direction if he becomes an all-time Kansas City Chief type of player. Like, there are so many people over the years now in this era where you have to look at and give credit to and say, so-and-so is a Ring of Honor type guy. And obviously Andy Reid and Clark will be in the Ring of Honor at some point as well. I'm sure that's something that, his kids will do for him eventually when they take control of the franchise in about 40 or 50 years. And so there's a lot, from this organization that is considered some of the all-time greats of the Kansas City Chiefs. And so it's good always to catch up with the chairman of the board and Clark Hunt and kind of get his take. But again, like I said, I think the big news is obviously what we're looking at is Travis Kelce back for another year here in Kansas City. And I'll call that breaking news. I mean, we haven't heard the owner talk about that, where he says Travis is going to come back for 1 more year or 2 more years or whatever the case may be. So that's the great stuff. And I'll be honest with you, Dusty. I mean, this team wins on Sunday, and they've got 3 in a row. They're not coming back to have a picnic and to go 5-12. They're going to be coming back for a 4th straight championship here in Kansas City, and that'll be a lot of fun to be alongside of as well.
According to 816, Willie is in the
He
Chiefs
is.
Ring of Honor.
He is.
So he's in
Okay.
2 different Ring of Honors.
That's wild.
That's how good of a player he is.
I mean, Willie Rofe was, the best
according
of all
to
time.
Wikipedia.
Well, that's usually 97% of the time correct, I would imagine, right? I mean, so I don't think we can sit here and say, oh, Wikipedia's not right. Fans know more than we do. Like, people scour that kind of stuff, and they, I can see other names up there. The Willie Rofe one, maybe it's above where I sit or something like that. I don't see it all the time, but I feel like I would have remembered Willie, but I'm sure he was in there, and I'm sure he is in there because he was I mean, find me a better left tackle in Chiefs history than what Willie Rofe was. My God. Find me a better athlete than Willie Rofe, a more impressive athlete than Willie Rofe. A guy who could barely walk would go out there and just maul the hell out of people. And if Jared Allen's ever walking around here, I'm going to sit him down and talk about how he used to get his ass kicked every day by Willie Rofe, man. It was unbelievable.
Sure,
and Jared Allen was an unbelievable football player.
Right. So, yeah, interesting to hear that from the owner. If you missed it, you go back and download the app. Check out the show. Clark Hunt just joined us here on 96.5 The Fan, live in New Orleans, live on Radio Row. Damn glad to have you as we keep going through this day. This is only Tuesday. Obviously, we'll be here Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday.
Yep.
Friday, the big show. Saw Mitch Holtish yesterday. Kind of scared him. He was eating dinner, and I just kind of went up to him and flexed with my arm. He goes, "Be careful, Dusty. Be careful." And I was like, "Okay, is it stay focused, be careful?" It's both. It's like, all right, Mitch. Thank you
It's
very
like that
much.
beer
So-
commercial, right? Like Mitch is ready to
It's
rock and roll.
both.
It's both. No.
Yeah.
Okay, Dusty. Stay focused. Be careful. Mitch got an entourage, too. Does anybody have
Did
more
you
of an
notice
entourage
that?
than Mitch?
Yeah, he does.
I would tell you, he's a
They
big
say
deal.
they say they're a film team,
Right.
But it's like a SWAT team / guys that do really good film and stuff on the franchise. So it's really great to see that. It's been great here in New Orleans, live on Radio Row tonight at the big media party. We'll hopefully see some people, maybe bug some people with some interviews. Nathan, I don't know if we have it. Do you have the Nico Remigio audio from last night?
We do.
All right. Do you want to go ahead and play that for the people? We met up with the fan of the show. By the way, I went up to him and said, "Nico, been on the show, Dusty like it's 96.5 The Fan. You were out getting your interviews and stuff and videos." And it was like somebody that finally saw
somebody they've been talking to.
He was
Yeah,
dude. So Nathan, go ahead and play that. It was me and Nico Remigio last night live at the opening night ceremonies. All right, we're here with Nico Remigio here and the Caesars Superdome. How's it feel, brother?
Man, this feeling is amazing. It's really indescribable, and just to be here is such a blessing, man. Such a blessing.
When you soak all this in, obviously you'll never forget it. What's one thing that you'll never forget already being here?
Man, just the group of guys that I'm playing with. Obviously, to be on this team in this time period with the coaching staff and the great group of vets that we have. It's really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it's a lot to take in.
So you were on Up at Adams with Kay Adams, and you were giving some advice from Travis Kelce about, hey, maybe walk us through that again, like what happened on that day.
Yeah, so I had went out there for that first punt return, and man, I was just trying to get into the groove. My first time playing in the AFC Championship, and I went out there and I was just trying to get solidified. So I went and fair caught that first punt, and I ran to the sideline and I saw Trav shaking his head, and he was like, "Bro, I thought you were trying to be great." And I went and took that and walked away, and I was like, "Nah, he's right. He's right." And so, I knew that next opportunity that I had, that I was going to take that punt regardless and try and make something happen. And I went, saw the ball in the air, took a peek, and saw where the defenders were, and saw that I had a little bit of space, and then we just had to make something happen.
When you come up to this game and you think about that same opportunity, that kind of fuels the fire even more. You did the NFC Championship game, now you got opportunity, next step up, hard to believe, Super Bowl.
Right. Yeah, I think at the end of the day for me, regardless if it's a Super Bowl or another regular season game, I'm going to go out there and try and score. And so really that's my mentality approaching it, is that this is just another game for me. This is just another game for us, and we got to go out there and get a win.
Since you've been on our show on 96.5 The Fan, undefeated, banner guy, Hall of Fame of the show, got to meet Kay Adams, I do. What advice do you have for me?
Man, keep going.
Okay.
Keep going.
All right, keep going. All right, man, we appreciate it. Any advice
Keep
for Kay
going to
Adams?
somebody else.
Yeah, just keep going, man. Just keep going. Yeah. I thought that was great. Is he laughs?
Keep on walking.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he's like, just keep going. Just keep your head down. Stay focused, Dusty. Big game coverage on 96.5 The Fan is brought to you by Community America Credit Union. Member owned, open to all, invested in you. Join today at communityamerica.com. So I thought that was great.
Yeah, it's good.
Just a great dude, man. Nico's been fantastic.
He's been awesome with us, yeah.
Literally, I no lies. There were no lies in that interview. He's undefeated ever since he's been on the show, undefeated, and he loves it. So can't deny what isn't there.
Well, you make people feel good, want them to come back for more. And Nico Remigio is one of those guys.
Interesting questions. We have like a minute before we have to go to break.
Do you think Justin Houston should be in the Ring of Honor?
No.
See, I kind of do.
Nah.
A lot of good seasons, sacks out of the what.
Yeah, but there's so many great players that have come after him,
That's fair.
and he wasn't part of any of the winning, here in Kansas City. He had that one great year, and he was a really nice player, and he'd be good on the team in his prime now, like Justin Houston in his prime, Tomba in his prime. I mean, those guys, DJ in his prime, would all be great on this team right now. But I think because now, have we not had this run of success and not all these great players? Maybe. But, I think Justin Houston, he's going to be one of those guys. Like, there was an old guy that played baseball back in the day, and Billy Sample, it was his name, okay? And he used to do MLB. Right, you wouldn't, right? He was a minor player in Major League Baseball. But when MLB Network started, they hired him, and he wore Velcro shoes. And we went out one night with him and Jim Laird, and we got drunk on hypnotic martinis on Martini Corner. It was one of the most bizarre nights of my life. Sun Comes Up, World In did a radio show, right? That was my younger days. And so we had the best time, but I'll always remember from this guy, Billy Sample, he played just before players started to make money. And so he was just bitter towards everybody. And not that Justin Houston is that way at all, but like Justin and Tom, but all those guys came right before that winning. And I don't know. I feel like Billy was so upset that he just missed all that money. And like Justin and Tomba and Houston and DJ, like all those guys, Jamal, like they're missing all this. They came just a couple of years short of being part of all of this,
We are live broadcasting from Radio Row here in New Orleans, thanks to our friends at Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of your Kansas City Chiefs. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Please drink responsibly. If you had it your way, that's the question we have on the other side.
BK,
have it your way. 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty, live from New Orleans at Radio Row, brought to you by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Drink responsibly. And by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Kansas City is gearing up for their third straight title, and Academy Sports and Outdoors has everything you need to rep your team during their historic run. This is your home for Chiefs football. 96.5. The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, it is the week of the big game, and you're thinking, all right, what am I going to do to get to Sunday? How am I going to get there? What am I going to do to have fun with the kids, or maybe my wife, or a date, or a girlfriend, or who knows what, The answer to all of your what are we going to do questions is Foaling, because it is football plus bowling plus bar, and that equals Foaling Warehouse, Kansas City. And if you haven't foaled around yet, you need to, because you will have the best time of your life. You're setting up bowling pins, and you're throwing footballs at them, and it is fun, it is addictive, and it is the coolest game that is not only sweeping Kansas City, but it's sweeping the nation now. Foaling is located at 435 and State Line. They have an unbelievable bar making up great cocktails and a beer selection that can't be beat. Plus, with Foaling, when you host your kid's birthday party there, or your wife's 50th birthday party there like we did, or just getting together with friends, you cater your own event. Bring your own food in as well to Foaling. They allow that, and it is awesome. It is the place to host all of those private and corporate events as well. So reserve a lane now at FoalingKC.com. That's FoalingKC.com, and get your Foal on.
When you have an expert financial partner invested in you, you can't help but feel like a star. Like the new graduate opening their first investment account, the small business owner proudly adding a new location, or the young couple buying their first home. At Community America, we're invested in helping members achieve financial peace of mind with products and services tailored to each stage of life. Member owned, open to all. Community America Credit Union, invested in you.
Don't let clogged drains slow you down. Call Hamilton Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Rooter today for our $79 mainline drain clearing special. The pros at Hamilton will inspect your drains with video camera technology to pinpoint exactly what is needed to clear those clogs and help prevent expensive drain repairs. The expert technicians at Hamilton are ready 7 days a week to solve your problem the right way, the first time. Over 40 years experience and more than 8,000 five-star reviews ensures your peace of mind. Visit callhamilton.com for details, terms, and conditions. License number 2024-11121.
Rally House. Shop every team in town.
College
and pro.
Come on, it's time to go.
We're New Orleans bound, KC. Shop the largest selection of Chiefs, AFC champions, and Super Bowl gear at Rally House. New postseason styles arriving daily.
Kansas, Missouri, Kansas State. Chiefs and Royals make KC great. Rally House.
Rally House.
It's your city, it's your house, it's the Rally House.
Limited quantity. Selection varies by location. Shop rallyhouse.com.
Your skin tells a story. At KMC Dermatology and Med Spa, we understand that stress, time, and life can leave their mark, but it's never too late to refresh, renew, and restore your skin. With 25 expert providers across multiple locations, we make glowing skin easy. Same week appointments? Absolutely. Select Saturday appointments available? You got it. From medical dermatology to advanced aesthetic treatments, we're here to help you look and feel your best. Schedule your appointment today at kmcpa.com. KMC Dermatology and Med Spa, beyond the surface.
I'm excited about it. You know, these cutting edge things that are new in medicine now, I'm all in on it. I'm all in on QC Kinetics. It works.
Henry Hinton decided to check out QC Kinetics regenerative treatments for his aching knees after seeing a close friend have amazing results without going under the knife.
I have a friend that started this, which is one of the reasons that I decided to do it. He could not play golf anymore, and he went to QC Kinetics and started having the treatments, and he's back golfing like 3 days a week. He couldn't play at all.
QC Kinetics gets you back to doing what you love, using your own natural biologics to help heal and restore damaged joints. Long-term relief that puts a guy back on the golf course.
You know, I've had one treatment so far, and I can already tell a difference. QC Kinetics works. I'm excited about it.
You're next. Start with a call to QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. 816-412-6299.
As of 9 a.m. this morning, our EV trucking company is officially in operation.
Andrew's zero-emission trucks are driving the transportation category forward.
We'll make driving safer, easier, and less stressful. Now our technology needs to keep up with demand.
He needs to put pedal to the metal on hiring more software engineers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data, available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Big game coverage on 96.5 The Fan is brought to you by Community America Credit Union. Member owned, open to all, invested in you. Join today at communityamerica.com. Here's traffic brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Metro Ford online at kcmetroford.com. Kansas side, 35 northbound, sluggish from Shawnee Mission Parkway, just off again, on again, slow all the way up towards Mission. Construction taking away the right exit lane. Attention drivers, the time to buy is now at Metro Ford. Like a low mileage 2021 four-wheel drive Ford Explorer XLT with captain's chairs and remote start for just $31,700. Every eligible pre-owned vehicle comes with a 5-year, 200,000-mile warranty. Visit Metro Ford on Noland Road in Independence or shop online at kcmetroford.com. Metro Ford, driven to exceed your expectations. From the Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric Traffic Center, Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
Travis coming back for another year?
I certainly think so. I think he's enjoying playing the game. He's clearly, one of the greatest tight ends of all time at this point. But I think he loves what he's doing.
Yeah. All right. Next one. Florio was just over here. Andy's coming back, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm glad there have been none of those rumors this year. I think Andy's getting younger now. He's really enjoying what he's doing as well. I think, Patrick has rejuvenated him, and I think he's going to be here for a long time.
So there it is. There's the owner saying Travis Kelce's going to be here and not go anywhere for a very long time, no matter what anybody else says. But now we go to the Philly side of things. How are you today, sir?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
We're great.
Doing well.
Joe Giglio with us here on 96.5 The Fan. Heard you yesterday, 42-7 or something like that.
Close enough. Close enough. Double-digit victory for the Eagles.
All right, give me why. Tell me why you feel that way.
All right, so I was laying out yesterday why I don't think it's crazy the Eagles win this game by margin. And look, I get it. Mahomes has lost, 4 or 5 games in his career by 8 or more points. I understand how rare it is. I look at the Eagles right now, guys. They are, I think, the better roster from top to bottom. You guys are the better coach, better quarterback. But I noticed over the last, 5-6 weeks, your run defense has not been as good. Saquon Barkley has had explosive runs, especially on turf. We went to L.A. in late November, ran for 255. So if Saquon gets going early and the Eagles can get up on the Chiefs, which 2 years ago, before the Jalen Hurts fumble in the second quarter, it felt like the game was kind of going that way. Obviously, it changed there. I just think there's a path for the Eagles if they play the way they did in the passing game 2 weeks ago and Saquon to really get moving offensively and kind of put the pressure on the Chiefs to score. And Kansas City this year offensively, last week was the first 30-point game, so it's not really the space that Chiefs live in with a lot of points. So I laid it out. Most of my audience told me I was crazy yesterday.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, they don't.
Really?
They
Even in Philly, they weren't getting behind you on that one.
Well, it was split. It was like a 50-50.
Because we saw Hugh Douglas, your co-host, who was on with us yesterday. He's like rolling his eyes, looking at Dusty, going, I don't know this guy, and things like that. So, so you probably took it from him, too, a little bit. Huh?
Yeah.
What if Saquon doesn't get going, though? Because Steve Spagnuolo has done a great job of shutting down people like Tom Brady, Christian McCaffrey, all the greats in the postseason. Like Spags takes his game to a next level. What happens if Barkley doesn't get going?
Yeah, it's a problem for the Eagles because it's funny, guys, most explosive plays in the NFL come from the pass game. We see it every week. The Eagles' explosive plays come from the run game. It's amazing this year how many, 25, 30 plus 50, 60-yard run Saquon has had. The last time I saw this was probably Adrian Peterson, back in his heyday, maybe LaDainian Tomlinson, Barry Sanders. It's one of those years. So if they don't have that, they're going to need Jalen Hurts to play really well. And guys, this year Hurts has been up and down. His numbers look good, but watching him game to game, it feels like once every 4 or 5 weeks, he has a huge game like he did in the title game. Other games, it's pretty choppy. The Eagles will struggle to score if they don't have Saquon going.
I feel like, I'm a not Saquon Barkley apologist, but a Jalen Hurts apologist almost, and a Nick Sirianni apologist. I listen into you guys, as we get closer to the Super Bowl on the Odyssey app, which is the beauty of the app. We can spy on our opponent, do all that kind of stuff. And I'm listening to you guys last week, and it just doesn't seem like people are in love with Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni. Why is that?
So I think the Sirianni thing it's more of his personality than his resume. His resume is good. Obviously, it's been we've been doing this 2 out of the last 3 years. Guys, in October he went and yelled at his own fans in the crowd. That takes a while for people to get over. So there's that aspect of it. He also doesn't call the offense or the defense. He's a CEO, so there's that whole what does he do thing. Even though he's not the only coach in the NFL that does that.
Right.
As far as Hurts goes, I think people like him, but the space I put him in it reminds me of early career Russell Wilson, where he's really good and his team wins, but how much is him and how much does he have this loaded team around him, this great running game, this great defense? He gets dinged by some people because he's not the driver of the bus like, let's say, Josh Allen is in Buffalo or Patrick Mahomes is with you guys or even Lamar. And so it's tough to place him. Where do you put him in the hierarchy of the NFL? He's good. He's been in 2 Super Bowls. But is he a top, 7, 8, 10 quarterback? He's good, but I think people struggle to say how good he is.
Is there a good, because I was talking to them as we were geared up for this game, looking at Philly. We have Chris Jones, but you're going to have Chris Jones in the next 3 to 5 years for quite some time. Jalen Carter is a bad dude. I worry about him. I trust the interior line for the Kansas City Chiefs, but that man, obviously drafted with some scrutiny, but goes to Philadelphia, has been fantastic.
He's unbelievable.
He's just the right amount of dirty, but also the perfect amount of skill set, strength, and angry. I think that's what you needed as defensive tackle.
I agree. When I watch him, I see shades of young Sapp, young Sue. Like
that's what I see.
Yeah,
as Sue.
Sue. And it's funny because both of those guys had different. Whether it be on the field, Sue was a little bit half dirty, half not, right? And Sapp obviously fell in the draft because of off the field stuff. He's amazing, and the leap he's taken this year, guys. Last year, around the time we played you, the Monday night game, late November, he was the Rookie of the Year favorite. He really fell off in December. I'm not sure if it was rookie wall, conditioning. But this year he came back in great shape for Vic Fangio's defense. And, guys, you'll see in the Super Bowl, he doesn't come off the field. Like, defensive tackles usually rotate in and out. He'll play 90% of the snaps. So he has stamina to do it. And, guys, it's a testament to how good he is, how great he's become. But also, it's Howie Roseman. So the Eagles had the 10th pick in the draft the year after we played you guys in the Super Bowl. That's how Jalen Carter arrived because Howie had extra first-round picks, and he traded back with the Saints and kind of pushed one into future years. He basically shorted the Saints and thought they were going backwards. And he took what was, I think, the 20th pick one year, and it became the 10th a couple years later. It's an incredible job of drafting to get that kid here.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, so what's the Andy Reid effect like in Philadelphia? I know we probably talked about this 2 or 3 years ago, but I keep telling people now, and this is the old man in me, Joe Giglio of WIP at our sister station in Philly.
Did he get it right?
He got it.
I got it. Nailed it. But like I'm the old guy in the room, so I always look back at this kind of stuff and start to think about there are guys now in the NFL who probably aren't remembering that Andy Reid was the coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. Is that the case in Philadelphia, or is it still like, that's our guy?
No, well, so Andy and the Eagles are intertwined. I mean, the Eagles, if you go back, and it's funny, my co-host, Hugh, he got there right at the beginning, right before Andy did.
Right.
But the Eagles were pretty bad. I mean, like their franchise up to 1999 was one Super Bowl appearance, a nice run of playoff teams in the 80s, but not much, and really a blah franchise. And since then, Andy put the blueprint down and left it behind. So they're linked. And guys, the one thing that's interesting about this Super Bowl is I feel like this is their chance to get out of his shadow because they're still in his shadow. I mean, they didn't beat him 2 years ago. The one Super Bowl they won in 2017, Doug Peterson was the coach. He came from Kansas City and Andy Reid, and he was his first quarterback in Philadelphia. They're intertwined forever. But until the Eagles could beat Reid, it's almost like dad and son or big brother, little brother. It's not like they just can't top Reid until they beat him.
What's the one thing that fears you outside of Patrick Mahomes in this game as we wrap this up?
McDuffie. It's Spagnuolo and McDuffie. It just feels like every time there's a big moment, McDuffie's involved. And what was it, the blitz off the edge against Allen? Yeah. Jalen Hurts against the blitz has been shaky, and McDuffie in a big spot coming off the edge. Yeah, that scares me.
Well, we appreciate the time. Have a good rest of your week down here. Thanks,
you got it, guys.
Joe.
Appreciate it, Joe. Thank you.
Philly side perspective, 42-0 was his projection.
That's right.
I'm joking.
In the first half, I think he said.
I'm kidding. We keep powering through. Josh Briscoe will join us coming up on the other side here on Fescoe and Dusty. Don't forget, we are broadcasting live from Radio Row in New Orleans, thanks to our friends at Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of your Kansas City Chiefs. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Drink responsibly. Coming up on the other side, we dip into the 9 o'clock hour, and we get to Gerald McCoy here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty, live from New Orleans at Radio Row, brought to you by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Drink responsibly. And by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Kansas City is gearing up for their 3rd straight title, and Academy Sports and Outdoors has everything you need to rep your team during their historic run. This is your home for Chiefs football. 96.5. The Fan.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, it all starts as a nuisance and then you just put up with it, right? But then that awful joint pain impacts everything in your life, whether it's walking, climbing stairs, even getting in and out of the car is hurting you right now. And I'm talking about that always there joint pain in your knees, your hips, your shoulders, and your back. Nobody wants to deal with that, right? I've got great news for you. It's QC Kinetics. Groundbreaking treatments for arthritis pain, long-term relief is now possible. At QC Kinetics, their regenerative treatments are sweeping the nation. Tens of thousands of QC Kinetics patients would tell you, don't wait, make that call today. Talk to the local medical professionals. These new orthobiologic cellular therapies, including PRP treatments, can revitalize your joints without going under the knife. QC Kinetics treatments prompt your body to heal and restore those damaged joints, and you won't miss a beat, and there's no downtime. Joint pain does not get better with time. So before it's absolutely debilitating, see if you're a candidate for these life-changing regenerative treatments. Call QC Kinetics today for your free consultation.
816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. QC Kinetics off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. 816-412-6299.
This Valentine's Day, shop at Hellsberg and get up to 50% off select jewelry, like a diamond pendant that says,
I'm so lucky I met you.
a stunning engagement ring to say,
Let's make this day unforgettable.
or an anniversary band to tell them.
10 years, and we still got it.
Come to Hellsberg this Valentine's and get up to 50% off select jewelry and engagement rings. A perfect gift designed with the love and care worthy of your story. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
Your attention is precious. Pulled in a million directions for a million different reasons. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Kansas City works hard to make sure your health insurance isn't one of the many things distracting you from what's important. By making healthcare easier to navigate, we help keep your focus on the moments that matter most, like dinner with loved ones, letting you focus on you. That's the benefit of Blue. Learn more at bluekc.com.
MD Anderson Cancer Center is again ranked #1 in the nation for cancer care by U.S. News & World Report's Best Hospitals rankings. Our physicians treat more types of cancers in a day than many see in their whole career. This unmatched depth of expertise, combined with our groundbreaking discoveries, gives our patients access to the most innovative treatment options. Learn more at mdanderson.org.
Kansas City. Unfortunately, there's no radio sound effect for barbecue smoke, but there are low and slow snacks. The first ever smoked potato chip and cheese puffs using real hickory wood and real smoke. No smoke sound, tons of smoky barbecue flavor. Available at Price Chopper and Hy-Vee across Kansas City.
Chiefs coverage is brought to you by Shamrock Roofing and Construction. ShamrockRoofer.com.
Hey, it's Karen from Shamrock Roofing. It's the new year and time is running out. Just a few months left to get covered from the historic storms from last spring. At Shamrock Roofing and Construction, we've got you covered. Inspect, repair, replace. Just one call does it all. Visit shamrockroofer.com today.
Here's traffic brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Kansas side, 35 northbound, heavy approaching Antioch. Stay slow up to 635 with an accident blocking the left lane. Past that, a little sluggish around Mission with construction set up at the exit. From the Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric Traffic Center, Alan Card, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
Listen to the Chiefs and Eagles on Sunday with the official pregame starting at 1. Kickoff at 5:30 with Mitch, Denen, and Kling. Right here on your new home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan. KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2, Kansas City. An Odyssey sports station.
Rocking and rolling into the 9 o'clock hour. We're live on Radio Row here in Nowlands. Bob Fescoe, Mac Morey, Dusty Likens, all with you as we grind through this week. I can't believe it's only Tuesday. Feels like Friday. But again, we're now joined by another guest, and our guest appearances are always sponsored here by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy, drink responsibly. Gerald McCoy join us as former All-Pro defensive tackle. Gerald is co-host of McCoy and Van Noy on Yahoo Sports, which is recording from the Toyota Land Cruiser set on Radio Row this week. Welcome to New Orleans, my man.
I appreciate it, man.
Can we have some conversation real quick? So I saw something really weird in the media room. Guy was eating yogurt with Cheetos.
Ew.
Do your own thing. But also what's weird is when coaches come into press conferences and do stuff like, Duval, what's that do to you?
I already have my personal thoughts about how he left Tampa.
Yep.
I'm a Tampa lifer, and I hold and protect Tampa dearly in my heart. So I already have my personal thoughts about that, which I will hold, and they will come out when necessary. But as a player who's played for multiple new head coaches, if I see that as a player, I'm already like, we're doomed. I don't like tryhards. And when you come into when they asked us on NFL Network or on McCoy and Van Noy, what do you look for in a new head coach? You need a coach who can take a group of men and get them to come together for one common cause, and that's to win a championship. You have to be able to captivate a room and get us to buy into what you're saying. If you come in and your first press conference is fake, as a player, I'm already saying, man, this dude, we don't know what we're going to get from him because I don't like tryhards. Be who you are. 6'5", black dude who played in the NFL, and I was a defensive lineman. Instantly, people think, oh, he's got to be rough. He's got to be tough. Man, I'm a nerd. I got on a Joker shirt with my phone case is a Joker. I got a Batman chain on. That's what I wear. Glasses. Right? Yeah, like that's who I am. And I'm unapologetically me.
Right.
When you do something like that, I'm telling you right now, that locker room is like, man, this dude here. Because we don't know what we're going to get. Just be you. So we just want to win. We don't care. Like,
so when you saw the Dan Campbell press conference, he's talking about eating kneecaps. That's a buy-in, right? That's not, you know.
Yeah, well, because that's him.
That's who he was.
That's who he is. That's who he was. If you go look at all Liam Cohen's body language as the offensive coordinator for the Bucs, right? He gave off this like serious kind of demeanor. Okay, when you come in as the head coach, just be yourself. Don't turn into a cartoon character. You know what I'm saying? Like when we seen Dan Campbell prior to, what we seen in his press conference is what we seen before.
Yeah,
you see this, Pete Carroll, Bill Belichick, all these guys. You see it on the sideline. When you see him and then you see his press conference, it's like, which one are you?
So Dan Campbell's the Heath Ledger Joker, and Liam Cohen is the Jared Leto Joker.
Man, Liam Cohen is
he thinks he's Willy Wonka.
He's Harvey Two-Face. You don't know what side you're gonna get. He flip a coin, you might get something completely different.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm with you. Look, I think 50% of the coaches at minimum suck in the NFL, and these guys like roll their eyes at me all the time because I can just see they're going to walk in and it ain't going to be successful. It just isn't for most of these guys. A lot of
people are coach and title only.
Yeah, exactly. And they don't know how to coach. They don't know how to lead. They don't know how to be like Nick Sirianni gets a lot of grief, but I think like he's the CEO of that team. He lets his coaches coach.
You know what a coach is? A coach is supposed to, the definition is it takes important people from where they are to where they want to be. And a coach is supposed to put you in the best spot to be successful. Vic Fangio, Zach Bond, first team All-Pro Defensive Player of the Year finalist, and he was just a guy. Like he was just we didn't know who he was, special teams guy. He put him in the position to maximize who he was, and look what you got. That's what a coach is. My guy, Kyle Van Noy, he got drafted to Detroit, however you want to say it, and he was just a linebacker. They put him in a traditional linebacker. That's not what he does. So why put him there?
Right.
Move him to outside linebacker and let him rush the passer 2 Super Bowls later. Now he's a Pro Bowler. Had the 2 best years of his career in Baltimore. When you take a guy and you put them in the best position for them to be successful for the greater good, that's what coaches are. Coaches don't take guys and just say, do what I want you to do. I'm going to put you here because that's where I need you. That doesn't work, and that's when you see people fail.
Yeah, and I think that's a good lesson for Andy Reid as well, too, because I remember him years ago when they switched to all the spread offenses in college, and he goes, look, I'm just going to roll with this because these guys have 4 years of not being under center. Yeah. Why am I going to bring them into the NFL? It's like, okay, now you got to do this again. I'm going to adapt to them.
Yeah.
And then he adapted that, Alex Smith. Then he adapted to Patrick Mahomes. Like, Andy Reid has done more adapting and changing as a head coach who shouldn't have to than probably a lot of these young guys who are going to fail in 3 years.
Yeah, and people fear 15. I fear 15. Yeah, you should fear 15. The reason you should fear 15 is because the maximum of his physicality, of his physical gifts we've seen. We've seen what he can be physically with the numbers he's put up and all that. Here's why 15 is so scary. It's because now his mental has grown. And he's playing dominoes now. A lot of people say, well, what's playing dominoes? Dominoes, you score by 5s. So now he's dominoing you down the field, the Tom Brady mode. As Tom Brady got older, he realized I don't have to bombs over Baghdad all the time. I can nickel and dime you, control this clock, and win with necessary spots. Run the ball here, go no huddle here, just drop it here. I only need 3. Oh, throw that away, this and this. 15 is manipulating the defense now. he's the best operator for the greatest manipulator I believe we've ever seen in Andy Reid. And that's why this team is such a headache, because if you go to last year in the Super Bowl, that final drive, what Andy Reid was drawing up was just like, God dang, man, this dude in the AFC Championship recently, Pat, he was just making simple throws. But the play call, the design, send everybody one way, make it look like a run, have Pat pull it out, drop it off. Why is Patrick Mahomes doing his own read for a touchdown? Andy Reid. And this is what Andy Reid does. And this is why this team is so scary, because you gave that guy 2 weeks to game plan for you. Not only that, you're going to give him a whole game to adapt, to be ready to manipulate your defense in the fourth quarter.
So I want to bring this up. Your defensive lineman, there's a little bit of injury to the Eagles' offensive front.
Yeah.
And they got to go against Charles Omenihu, who I think is the unsung hero of that defensive line.
Yeah.
Big dude, really powerful. And he's got Chris Jones next to him. You're a defensive lineman. Sharks smell blood in the water. Is there a little bit of that if you're the Kansas City Chiefs in that defensive front?
Yeah, for sure. But more so, you know what Kansas City's defensive front is here? And I played for Joe Cullen. I played for Joe Cullen in Tampa. Me and Joe Cullen talk all the time. I think I talked to Coach 2 days ago. I'm going to go see him before the week is up. I'm going to tell you what's being said in that D-line room. They believe we can't stop the running back. They believe that one person can beat our whole defense. They're going to take it personally. They know how great that offensive line is. But you know what Joe Cullen calls offensive linemen? Gray matter. Nameless, faceless souls. He doesn't care what the name is. It's about us.
Right.
That's Joe Cullen's message. It's about us. And as great as Chris Jones has been, he's a Swiss Army knife. You never know where he's going to be. He might be over the center. He might be over either guard. He's listed as a defensive tackle. He will make the Hall of Fame as a defensive tackle, but most of his most impactful plays in the playoffs, he's been a defensive end. That's hell to deal with. But not only that, I can argue from watching tape and knowing football, this past AFC Championship game is the best game Chris Jones has ever played because of how demoralizing he was to that offensive line, taking grown men every play at every position, putting them 3 and 4 yards in the backfield. You got a guy who's doing that, and George on the edge. I mean, the way he plays the game is like he's got multiple batteries. You know, he just changes his battery out every quarter, man, because he never slows down. And that's how Joe Cullen coaches the game. So I know what's being said in that defensive line.
Yeah, and I can tell you I totally agree with everything that you're saying right now, because when the narrative, and we started Super Bowl week, I go, look, everybody's going to be talking about Saquon Barkley running all over the Chiefs defense this week. And you know what's going to happen? He's not. He's not, because we've got proof. We got Steve Spagnuolo, who shut down Tom Brady when they were 17-0. We got Steve Spagnuolo, who shut down Derrick Henry in the AFC Championship game. We got Steve Spagnuolo, who shut down Christian McCaffrey and the other tight end out there, Kittle, and all these guys in San Francisco last year. And when they feel like they're being attacked, they respond in a big way.
Yeah, for sure. And my reasoning for picking Kansas City to win this game is, if I gave you a list of stats, all right, 4 different lists with no name on them, and said pick the Kansas City Chiefs, you're probably going to pick the one with the best numbers. You're not going to pick the one with the average numbers or the blended in numbers, because the names and the resumes don't reflect how good this team is, but the record does. They know how to win games. They have figured that great teams find a way to win the game. And I trust Andy Reid and Spags vastly more than I trust Kellen Moore and Nick Sirianni. And it's because these guys have been here. They've seen everything. And they know how to put their guys in positions to just win games, man. And Spags, he be drawing it up, man. Spags draws it up, man. And I hate how underrated and how underappreciated Spags is, man. I love Spags. Spags was the coach when I came out from college. So, yeah, man, I love Spags.
Who's the greatest coach you ever played for?
Greatest coach?
Yeah.
Joe Cullen.
It is Joe Cullen. Wow. Okay.
Yeah,
That's
Cullen.
awesome to hear.
Because Joe Cullen, defensive line coaches, they when they coach a certain way, and they say, hey, today we're going to work on this move. This is the move we're going to work on. Everybody can't do that move. Joe Cullen, the first day he set us down the defensive line, he had every player, undrafted, free agent, Pro Bowl, whatever, broken down person for person. And he said, this is what you do best. This is all you're going to do. You're not. And then he brought the next person up. This is what you do. You don't do what Gerald does. That's what he does. You do this. And he developed guys. He develops them. That's why you see people come in. George is not your traditional one-on-one. You put him on the edge versus anybody, he's going to go kill you in pass rush. But what Joe has turned him into is he's developed one thing, and he does that one thing over and over and over. He plays with great effort. That's what Joe Cullen does. And he's done that with anybody I've ever been around. And that's why, to me, he's the best coach I've ever played.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because I'm so effing tired of this referee crap. The games are fixed and all this stuff. And every time somebody says that, I go, do you realize how much you're not crediting this coaching staff with how good they are?
Man.
It is disrespectful.
Disrespectful, and we've gotten greatness fatigue, and I hate that.
So real quick before we get chatty here, Gerald McCoy, you can find him, McCoy and Van Noy, on Yahoo Sports, YouTube, and all major podcast platforms. Going by the theme of Batman, Patrick Mahomes is Bruce Wayne during the regular season, then Batman in the playoffs?
Yeah, Patrick Mahomes is whatever he want to be.
Hey, man, we appreciate the time. Thank you so much. We appreciate Gerald McCoy. He joins us. All our guests are brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Kansas City is gearing up for their third straight title, and Academy Sports and Outdoors has everything you need to rep your team during their historic run. Again, tune into McCoy and Van Noy with Gerald McCoy and Kyle Van Noy at Yahoo Sports. The show brings fans inside the locker room and breaks down the game through a player's point of view. We'll keep going along on this Radio Road. Josh Briscoe will join us on the other side here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty, live from New Orleans at Radio Row, brought to you by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy, drink responsibly. And by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Kansas City is gearing up for their third straight title, and Academy Sports and Outdoors has everything you need to rep your team during their historic run. This is your home for Chiefs football. 96.5, The Fan.
Missouri sports fans, I've got great news for you, because Underdog is available now to play in your state. And the best app for your big game party is actually on your phone. It's called Underdog. It's an app that I love. It's an app that I've been having a lot of fun with. It's an app that I've been winning some money on, because Underdog is the best place to cash in on all of your takes during the big game. Which players are going to go off? Which ones are going to be ice cold? Make your entries in just a few taps and see if you can become a champion. And what I love about Underdog is their champions game. You could win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on player stats when it comes to yards and touchdowns, interceptions, all of that. And they've got all your favorite leagues, teams, and stars to choose from. Plus, with Underdog's double flex option, you can take 2 L's and turn them into a W. Can't wait to get on the Underdog app in a couple of days and see what the numbers are like and see who's going to be higher or lower than their stats. Underdog is the best place to play champions. Sign up now and deposit with promo code BOB to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. And if you're in Missouri, you'll get an additional $50 in bonus cash when you play your first $5 entry. Promo code BOB. Must be 18 and over and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. $10 deposit minimum. See UnderdogFantasy.com for terms and conditions. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
When Google Fiber first launched 1 gig internet right here in Kansas City, it cost $70. Cut to today. Over 10 years later, 1 gig internet still costs the same, $70. That's what you get with Google Fiber. Fast, reliable internet with simple, straightforward monthly billing. No data caps, no annual contracts, no hidden fees. Just a small local fee for the city on top of your flat, predictable price. Go beyond good enough. Go beyond fiber. Sign up today at fiber.google.com.
Men, this is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health. The one you love is the light of your life. And if you're like most of us, you want to do whatever you can to nurture your relationship. But if you're suffering with erectile dysfunction, you know the impacts the condition is likely having on you and your partner. ED is a relationship destroyer. It can contribute to depression, distancing, conflicts, and even breakups and divorce. And what's so disturbing about this is that most men who suffer with ED can be successfully treated, but a lot of guys don't seek treatment when they should. At Heartland Men's Health, we have protocols that are effective in well over 90% of cases. In fact, if you're like most guys, you could be having great sex within a day or two of your first appointment and maybe find you're performing like you haven't in a long time. So call Heartland Men's Health today. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. We have 3 offices, Overland Park, Independence, and North Kansas City.
The big game's here. Let Smokehouse Barbecue cater your watch party with their Big Game Party Pack. It includes 2 pounds of brisket, a pound of wings, a quart of mac and cheese, and a quart of their world-famous hickory pit beans, plus some buns for $89.95, and that'll serve 6 to 8 fans. You can place your big game orders at smokehousebbq.com or stop into one of their 3 locations in Independence, Gladstone, and Zona Rosa. For over 35 years, locally owned and family operated, it's Smokehouse Barbecue.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Right now, get up to a $15 gift card after rebate when you purchase select Superstart batteries exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime-forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
For over 87 years, GEHA, Government Employees Health Association, has offered health and dental benefits designed to meet the unique needs of federal employees and retirees, military retirees, and their families. With over 2 million members and growing, GEHA continues to serve those members and families who serve us all every day. At GEHA, your health is not our business, it's our purpose. GEHA, proud partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Learn more at GEHA.com.
Today, expect a sunny day with a high of 64.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
Cars are beginning to arrive here at Radio Row, which, you know what we do here. We give you big game coverage, and big game coverage on 96.5 The Fan is brought to you by Community America Credit Union, member-owned, open to all, invested in you. Join today at CommunityAmerica.com. All right, Briscoe, wish me luck. The lady of my dreams, Kay Adams, is here. She's behind us. She's doing her thing. Any advice you want to give me, or should I just steer clear?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to wish Kay good luck that this meeting does not happen, at least without plenty of runway. I think the further away you approach from, probably the better. Yeah. Just to give her like as many opportunities to turn and run as possible.
That's right. Yeah, just give her as many, as much time to get away from her as maybe our defensive line will get Saquon Barkley time to get out of bounds. We did have Gerald McCoy on earlier. He said disrespectful was a word that he gave when it comes to these, blowhards and tryhards. Another word he used, tryhards. People saying the refs are favored. I know you've seen the TO audio that he's convinced that it's fixed, hot take or fake take, whatever it is. Got to be tired of it. Let's just play a football game and leave all the stuff out of it. Right, Josh?
Yeah. And I mean, like I've experienced a whirlwind of the clips from last night, but no human being has consumed everything from that absolute chaos zoo that it sounds like you guys both survived. So congratulations on that. But even Travis Kelce being like, yeah, you know what? Why are you guys all latching onto this? I think that's a good word from Gerald McCoy. And what would he know, I think it's a good word from him because it has to be one of those things. I believe Andy Reid when he says it's not like something he uses in meeting rooms or whatever. I think Andy Reid really is trying to pick like the most pure motivation to do these things. It's always this game, this play, this week, etc. Now we're obviously talking about it on the biggest stage. But if you are one of these players who keeps hearing that your dynasty that you have built with your blood, sweat, and tears, specifically the guys who have been here at least these last 3 seasons, you have to be losing your mind about the fact. I mean, imagine any other version of that in any other walk of life. Like, yeah, Dusty, you've been on a real hot streak on the mic, but I heard that really all the magic is happening somewhere in the board. I can't explain where, but once all the levers get to where they're supposed to be, then you really get good at radio. Like, that's infuriating. So I think disrespect is a good way of putting a point on it.
And it's the word that I've kind of been looking for the last, couple of years with this thing too. And disrespect, I think, is that word that I've been trying to find and put my finger on when it comes to this coaching staff. I was talking to somebody last night about that, and I'm like, every time I hear them blame the referees or say the fix is in or any of this stuff, it angers me for the coaches on this staff because of the work that they put in. Because Dave Tobe is better at you than special teams than anybody else in the NFL. Steve Spagnuolo is better at defense than anybody in the NFL. Andy Reid and Matt Nagy together are better at offense than anybody in the NFL. And when they talk about the fix being in, that's looking at those great coaches who are better than everybody else and saying, what they're doing doesn't matter. They're not really doing anything. It's not about all that hard work that they put in or all that film study that they put in to know the weak link on the Denver line or to know that the quarterback for Buffalo, I forget his name, is going to go left every single time on the tush push. Like, it really, really, really impacts the way and disrespects the way that these guys coach. They're so much better than everybody else, and people are just having a hard time understanding that the Chiefs just do things better.
I think that's right, and I think that's also why the varying levels of it have gotten more frustrating. If you're a part of a losing fan base and you're just like lashing out post-game, I'm sure that there are things that everyone in Kansas City said about the peak Patriots that we're not entirely proud of, right? Like, I'm willing to give fan bases some time to feel their feelings. But when you do get to former players and coaches and current players, even after losses, talking about the ref thing, it is, back to your point, Bob, it is undercutting and invalidating the work that has gone into it, which is why I think it bothers Travis Kelce, not necessarily when some Bills fan says, oh, everything's fixed, and then the Bills fan will tune into the Super Bowl 2 weeks later. Again, like, you're a fan going through sports heartbreak. I'm willing, in the most generous moment, I'm willing to give you a little bit of wiggle room to just process what it's like to keep watching your team get beaten by the same team over and over again when it means the most. But if you know the work that goes into being not a dynastic football team, a professional football team, you know what, just a random example that's coming to mind, but like, you know what Mitchell Schwartz went through in Cleveland to eventually get to the point that he did in Kansas City, to be an incredible lineman in this organization after years of being great in an organization that had to be harder to prepare for week in and week out. You see that process now. We know what the Chiefs go through every single week. The idea that they've gotten it because the NFL preordained that a dynasty would come through Kansas City is patently absurd, but I think that those are kind of the reasons that the people have fallen to it, and it's honestly disappointing because it's costing people an opportunity to appreciate the greatest thing the NFL has ever seen.
Yeah, disappointing. Groundhog saw its shadow, so we get extended winter, but we feel like Groundhog's Day again in the Super Bowl. Last year, the narrative was, can they stop the offense of the San Francisco 49ers spearheaded by Christian McCaffrey, Ayuk, Debo, and George Kittle? This year, enter the names of Devonta Smith, A.J. Brown, Dallas Goedert, and then it's also spearheaded by Saquon Barkley, or as what Hugh Douglas called him yesterday, Saquon Broccoli.
Right.
And then last year was Christian McCaffrey. Those guys last year, those receivers and tight end that I mentioned, 85 total yards, Christian McCaffrey, the fumble, and not really a big impact. This year, here we are, once again, same story, different year. What say you, Mr. Briscoe, in the belief that if you can shut down the number one running back last year in Christian McCaffrey, why can't this same team on the defensive front do it again to a guy like Saquon Barkley?
I think there's a pretty good chance they can. And it's funny to kind of use this as an opportunity to compare and contrast Purdy and Hurts, because I think there are a lot of comparisons there that might kind of surprise some people, especially in terms of how these offenses have been built around them. Hurts has gotten paid, but his salary cap, enormous ballooning hasn't happened yet. Didn't happen this year. Won't entirely happen next year. And obviously Purdy's in that, that pre-giant payout class. But I am optimistic about the Chiefs being able to do enough with Saquon because we've seen them do that in the past. The thing that has me with a little bit more pause now than at this time last year is that I do think the Eagles have the better quarterback between the two opponents, not between the two teams playing in this game, just to be exceedingly clear, because the internet's a wild place. But I think Jalen Hurts has opportunities to do more both in and out of structure than Brock Purdy did, right? And a little bit of that is just Jalen Hurts is an absolute freak running the football, but we've seen the Chiefs be able to manage guys that have done that as well. The thing with Saquon that does make him similar to McCaffrey last year is that it's not just the 3, 4, 5 yard chunks over and over. I've never subscribed to the idea that Patrick Mahomes and an offense with Patrick Mahomes can be beaten 4 yards a carry at a time from the other offense. That's never really been how this team has worked because they have the better quarterback. They have the better offense. The thing that makes Saquon especially dangerous, again, similar to CMC, but in a level and in a way I've never really seen before, is that Saquon is so explosive. You get these 60-yard runs. That's the thing that you don't typically get from a running game, and certainly not consistently. These explosive plays that just erase the need for long, consistent drives. The Chiefs usually are happy to make you take these long drives where eventually you're going to make a mistake. Eventually, they're going to get you on 3rd and long, and then Spags is going to blitz you and either force the field goal or the punt. That's kind of the formula. Well, if Saquon takes a carry on 1st and 10 for a 60-yard touchdown, you just got to send your offense back out there again. That's the thing that I think is most dangerous. If you told me Saquon would never have a run over, 25, maybe even 30 yards in this game, I would happily pick the Chiefs right then and feel pretty good about it.
Well, and I think also, too, back to the disrespect thing as we wrap things up here, Josh, is that Steve Spagnuolo was told he couldn't stop Tom Brady. Shut him down. Steve Spagnuolo was told he couldn't stop Derrick Henry. Shut him down. Every time there's been this, oh, my God, this guy's going to dominate a game, Steve Spagnuolo shuts him down. And I go back to 07 with the Giants when they beat the Patriots. Like, Steve Spagnuolo has been doing this for almost 20 years now in the NFL. We're taking a team where nobody thinks they can stop their big player, and Steve Spagnuolo shuts him down. And so when you constantly tell me that Saquon Barkley or Saquon Broccoli is going to run wild on this, you're forgetting the history and the track record that Steve Spagnuolo has down in shutting down your greatest weapon.
Yeah, I think that's 100% right. And Carrington asked yesterday, like, the biggest mismatch, the biggest matchup that benefited the Chiefs. And it's hard because I think these two teams are physically and positionally very well matched up. I think my answer to that question has to be that Steve Spagnuolo is a bad matchup for Kellen Moore. That is a place where the Chiefs have a significant advantage for an offense that has a ton of talent across from it. I think Spags is going to have to be the plus factor in this game. My last question for you, Bob, where did you get that hat? I saw it on the video feed earlier, and I would like a Kansas City Chiefs captain's hat. That feels really up my alley.
My friend Paul got these 2 years ago. He said, I found these captain hats with the Chiefs logo on it. I'm like, what? And they showed up, and they're perfect. They're wonderful. Clark Hunt loves it, and he told me when they win on Sunday, he'll be wearing it.
Okay, very good. Well, listen, in your own best interest, I will say auction the first one back to Clark, and then the second one I'd like to put my name on. But go ahead and let Clark get you first.
He's got it first. He's got it first, my man. And if you want one, I think there's a tag inside my hat. I can send you a picture of where or you can just Google Chiefs captains hats, right? And I think you'll be able to find. I've actually seen a lot of them at the stadium recently.
Okay, well, listen, once Clark has one, it's kind of like once Taylor Swift has grabbed a vintage jacket out of your favorite thrift store. Like, I'm not going to be able to find another one. If Bob Fescoe and Clark Hunt are wearing the same hat, the ship has sailed. I've missed the boat.
It's done. It's over.
Well, that's okay, Briscoe. We can wear, like, necklaces around our thighs now. It seems to be the trendy thing. So let's just start that one. What do you say for that?
Mine already has an 87 on it, so I'm ready to go.
That is not our captain, but our contributor of the Chiefs, Josh Briscoe, brought to you by Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Kansas City. Discover the benefit of blue. Mr. Briscoe, enjoy the rest of the week doing all the stuff that you do that is great and entertaining, and enjoy that game on Sunday, my man.
Have fun out there, fellas.
Thank you very much. That is Josh Briscoe, again, brought to you by Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Kansas City. Discover the benefit of blue. Guys, we got to break early. We got a guest coming up on the other side that we got a lot of questions for, and his name is Mike Florio. You guys know him. We know him. We'll talk to him next here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan. It is your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty, live from New Orleans at Radio Row, brought to you by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy, drink responsibly. And by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Kansas City is gearing up for their third straight title, and Academy Sports and Outdoors has everything you need to rep your team during their historic run. This is your home for Chiefs football. 96.5, The Fan.
Well, I know you're looking at your calendar right now and you're like, oh my gosh, it's already February. Where did that first month of the year go? And if you're looking at your bills, they're starting to roll in or they've already rolled in from the holidays. You're like, how am I going to pay these? I mean, I got to figure out a way to do that. Well, if you're looking for a little financial freedom, my friends over at Golden Oak Lending may be able to help. They've helped us when we've needed them, when we've needed some cash out to pay some bills, to pay for some house projects. We call Golden Oak Lending and say, hey, these are our financial goals. Can you help us meet them? And they say, yeah, we think we can. If we got a great mortgage that's great for you, that's better than what you're in right now, we'll let you know about that. But if we don't have something, we'll let you know that as well. We're never going to put you in a mortgage that isn't better than what you're currently in right now. So Golden Oak gives a free mortgage checkup. You got to take the free mortgage checkup. I promise you. It's risk-free. There's no paperwork or credit card required. And Golden Oak listens. They say, where do you want to go with life? What do you want to do with your financial goals? And maybe we can help you reach those. The average cash-out customer with Golden Oak Lending saves $1,104 per month. So get on the phone today and set up that free mortgage checkup. 913-890-GOLD. That's 913-890-GOLD. And let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
I want to tell you about my new obsession, Daisy French Onion Dip. One of my guilty pleasures during football season is eating dips with chips, wings, and veggies, and so much more while watching the big game. And now Daisy came out with a Daisy French Onion Dip, a Daisy Ranch Dip, and these are a game changer. They're as good as homemade dips because they have real herbs and spices in them. They're ingredients you'll find in your own kitchen. So you need to get out to the store now and give Daisy French Onion Dip a try. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip everywhere.
Well, you're getting ready to head out of town. Maybe you're coming down to New Orleans for the big game. Maybe you're going on a business trip, or maybe in about a month you got spring break planned like we do. We're headed to Arizona this year, and you need a place to park your car. You've already made your flight reservation. Now you've got to make your parking reservation, and you're going to do that with Park and Go. As soon as we make a flight reservation, we go to the Book Park and Go app or at bookparkandgo.com and reserve that all-covered parking spot. That's right. Every spot is covered parking. So when you're out of town, you don't have to worry about your car being ruined by the elements. Park and Go will protect your car. And on the app or the website, when you prepay, you're going to save money as well. So make sure you do that. And then your covered parking spot is reserved and ready to go. Show up on the day of your flight. They direct you right to that covered parking spot that's been reserved for you. When you get out of your car, the van's already there, and boom, it's right to the airport terminal in no time at all. And I love Park and Go when I get back because everybody's tired when they return from a trip. That van's waiting for you. Just walk off the plane, grab your bags, and onto the bus you go, and right back to your car. So do what we did and join their frequent parker program and earn points towards free parking. Reserve your spot today at bookparkandgo.com. The best deals in parking. Bookparkandgo.com. Park and Go, family owned and operated.
Hey, weekend warriors, how's a little trail therapy sound right now? Hop in. Let's go for a ride in the all-new Nissan Armada Pro 4X. Tune out all those work emails and turn up that twin-turbo V6 engine. Instead of letting the kids play online, show them some epic inclines. Turn your 8-person family dinner into an exhilarating off-road adventure. The all-new Nissan Armada is here. Intelligent four-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
O'Reilly.
Shop Superstart Premium, Extreme, or Platinum batteries at O'Reilly Auto Parts and get up to a $15 gift card after rebate. O-Reward members can also get a $5 reward with their battery purchase. For power, performance, and reliability, choose Superstart. Only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Your life, your goals, your legacy. With a dedicated Fidelity advisor, it's all part of a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE, SIPC.
Big game coverage on 96.5 The Fan is brought to you by Community America Credit Union. Member owned, open to all, invested in you. Join today at communityamerica.com.
All right, we're back here live from Radio Row here on 96.5 The Fan, Kansas City. How the hell are you? Missed my town already. I know it's only been 2.5 days since we've been in New Orleans, but we'll be back soon. But hopefully we're coming back with some souvenirs, another trophy, and ready to celebrate once again a victorious Super Bowl that is down here in New Orleans. Don't forget, big game coverage on 96.5 The Fan is brought to you by Community America Credit Union. Member owned, open to all, invested in you. Join today at communityamerica.com. And also, we're broadcasting live from Radio Row in New Orleans. Thanks to our friends at Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of your Kansas City Chiefs. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Drink responsibly.
Well, I think there's a couple of things that we can already say we've taken away from today. We're going to have at least Travis Kelce for another year. Mm-hmm. And Patrick Mahomes is as dialed in as I think he's ever been into going out there and winning another Super Bowl for the Kansas City Chiefs. We talked about it to start the show, the way he looked last night, and then just the folks that I've talked to, around the organization go, this is the one for Patrick. This one is going to be the one that separates him from everything else.
All right, we're now joined by Mike Florio here on Fescoe and Dusty. Mike, how are you on this wonderful Tuesday morning?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
I'm doing all right.
Great.
I wish I had a hurricane in my hand or a hand grenade, whatever they are. I think they're supposed to be kind of fun, but it would make this for an interesting time.
A hand grenade would definitely turn it into a party. That's for sure.
Yeah, and so would a hurricane.
Yeah.
You're going to be at Pat O'Brien's this week with your
That's
book, right?
We're going to Pat O'Brien's for our Picks podcast tomorrow night, 5:00 Central Time. Everyone's invited, and that's the home place of the hurricane.
Yeah.
They tell me,
and you only need one, and then
Yeah.
you're done.
That's what I've heard
for the week.
That's what I've heard.
I like to push the envelope. So how we do things. But
It's such a busy week, though. You
Yeah,
have
it
to
is.
really pace yourself. I kind of overdid it a little on Sunday night, and I paid for it yesterday. And yesterday's the slowest day.
Right.
But I learned a valuable lesson. I've been very careful. And this week, it's already, I try to compare Radio Row from year to year. It feels like there's already more energy in here than there would be on a normal Tuesday, which tells me it's going to be even worse Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday than it usually is.
Stick around for 5 minutes. You'll see some energy on this side of the table. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, and the location helps too. I mean, it's not West Coast, so more shows are out here. The morning shows are out here. Everybody's doing their thing because of where we are. And, last year at the Super Bowl, you kind of stole the show for Kansas City, saying Andy Reid was going to, kind of walk away and do all that kind of stuff. And he's locked and loaded and ready to go, Clark said for the long time now, and that's great because Andy is one of the greats of the game. No offense, I'm glad you were wrong on that one. We get to keep Andy.
Let me clarify, because people believe what they want to believe, and they take whatever they hear and they twist it into something other than what I actually said. The Chiefs were bracing for the possibility he was going to retire after last year's Super Bowl. That is 1,000% true, if that's even mathematically possible, and I know it's not. But they were bracing for the possibility he was going to retire. Now, was it a leverage play to get his contract fixed? Maybe it was. Maybe if they weren't going to fix that contract, he gets to a point where he says it's not worth it for whatever he was making before. He got his raise, and now he's locked in. He'll catch Bill Belichick if he can physically continue. He might catch Don Shula as long as it takes for him to get there. But, yeah, he's locked in, and he's still there. But as of last year, the Chiefs were bracing for the possibility because they were scoping out potential replacements. That's how I knew about it. They wanted to be ready in the event that Andy Reid walked away. That's 100% or 1,000% or 1,000,000% true. At the end of the day, he didn't. He got his contract, and now it's not even a question. It's not even a question whatsoever. He's going to continue.
It's interesting you say it that way because I've talked to general managers in baseball over the years. They always have like a list of like their 5 to 10 managers that they would go towards. Do you think it's that way in the NFL where every owner does have a list of people that they would go to?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. And that's why the Rooney Rule, for as much as the NFL tries to support it and advance it, and I think it's admirable, nothing replaces the fact that an owner knows who the owner wants. And maybe you can get the owner to slow down and think it through, but I'd say most of the time, 90% of the time, maybe between 80 and 90, the owner knows deep down entering the process who the owner eventually wants to hire. And they go do it. You're not going to tell a multi-billionaire that they can't do what they want to do, and that's how it works. So I think that especially if Andy would retire during Patrick Mahomes' career, it's critical that Clark Hunt has an active list of guys who are or may be available that would be targeted to replace Andy Reid and continue the success that Andy's had with Patrick Mahomes. I get it would be bad business to not have that list.
Absolutely, yeah.
So you had mentioned last night that maybe this is the end for Travis Kelce. But we had Clark Hunt on today. He seems to think that he's not going anywhere. Still a year on his contract. I used to think that if they won, it's the Cinderella or the storybook ending, propose to the superstar, get married, do your life off the field. I don't think he's going anywhere now. Hearing from the owner, seeing the energy last night, I think that, why get off the bike if it's still going smooth and you have all this time to keep going and see what's next for, maybe the tight end that could go down as the greatest of all time.
He's in a different position than other players because he will make more money when he stops playing than he's making when he's playing. If anything, his football career is getting in the way of him maximizing his earning potential.
Happened for me too. I know what he's going through. Yeah.
But look at it this way. I mean, he's already involved in Hollywood, producing movies, acting. To get maximum effect, if you do walk away, You got to sell it like you're not. And I'm not saying he's lying. I'm just saying there's an element of show business to this.
Are you sure?
You want to keep it under wraps. You don't want that to be the centerpiece of the week. You don't want to take attention away from what your team's trying to accomplish. You don't want that to take on a life of its own. And maybe you feel differently once the confetti falls and it's done and you've gotten your 3 in a row. He's got 1 year left on his contract. Does he come back? He has said it, I know. But again, you might feel differently once it's done. And he might be holding it close to the vest. He might be in denial. He might be so focused on the task at hand, he's not even thinking about the possibility. But once it happens, maybe he walks away. Remember when Tom Brady got number 5, his ex-wife, Giselle, told him, now's the time to walk. She knew that was the moment that would be perfect. They'd suspended him that year for Deflategate. They had the 28-3 game. They came back and won. There's nothing more you could want. Well, yeah, he still won 2 more, but at what cost to his personal life? That would have been the perfect moment for him to walk away. She knew it. And then after he got the next one and the next one after that, what are you waiting for? When do you finally stop? Now, some guys just can't. And maybe at the end of the day, Travis Kelce is not willing to get off the horse that brought him to this life that he now enjoys.
Yeah, because once you stop, you don't go back.
Can't go back.
You can't go back. And so I would suggest to an athlete, play as long as you possibly can until they tell you to leave. Right?
Nobody wants to have that Willie Mays last year, though.
Right. You're
right.
Yep.
Where people feel sorry for you, that they see that guy on the field and they think that's not the guy that we're accustomed to seeing.
Even Peyton Manning had that sort of thing. Where
yeah.
They didn't even
and
start
won a
him
Super Bowl.
Yeah. With no neck.
I want to ask you this. You cover a lot of football, have covered a lot of football. Do you, Mike Florio, have Chiefs fatigue?
I do not have Chiefs fatigue. Now, look, I root for great stories. And whatever it is that moves the needle the most, I'm all for it. Would it be better if other teams were getting to the Super Bowl? If we didn't have Chiefs 49ers twice, if we didn't have Chiefs Eagles twice, would it be better? I don't know. But it's a compelling story. It's the potential for history. I like a good controversy, right? I like something that gets people coming back to see what the latest development is. And I've always had this guiding principle that I write about the things that I'm interested in. And so I try to keep that part of me that was a fan that would want to say, what's the latest on this? What's the latest on that? What's the latest on this? Oh, that's a pretty good story. I want to know more about that. And I think we've had some success because I've stayed true to that. Not give people and you can't just give people cookies all the time. Sometimes you owe it to them to try to get their attention on something that's less interesting. But the Chiefs are interesting, and the Chiefs are on the edge of history. And I'd like to think that element of us that was rooting for Tiger Woods to catch Jack Nicklaus is still at play. But we all have a natural reaction to, can we please get someone else in these games? Could we just give somebody else a turn? Don't they say that to kids? Hey, Jimmy, give the other kids a turn. I think we just like to see different players, different faces, different names. But at the end of the day, we want great games. And the best way to get the best possible game is to get the 2 best teams. And I think we have the 2 best teams.
Yeah, I think we do as well. If Patrick and the Chiefs win this one and three-peat, is he the greatest of all time?
Yes.
Overtime.
Even though, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Although I was asked this a little bit ago, I'd probably still take Brady over Mahomes in a 1-game setting, just like I'd take Belichick over Reed in a 1-game setting. But over the course of time, I just think that, well, Belichick especially, he'll put together a game plan that will be masterful and it'll be aimed at exploring and exploiting your weaknesses, minimizing your strengths. I just don't think that his style is sustainable long-term. He wears people out. The Chiefs seem more sustainable. You're not going to have guys who get burned out and fatigued and just can't wait to get the hell out of there like I think happened in New England. And with Brady has the more established history of just making the big play in the big spot. Patrick does too, but they had 1 game against each other, and Brady won that game. And I know it wasn't Patrick's fault, and he did everything in his power and then some to try to close that gap. He was doing incredible things with his body to get the football into the hands of guys who kept dropping it, and they didn't have the blocking that day, and he had the bad toe. But Brady's 1-0 on the biggest stage, really 2-0 against him because of the coin flip. But that's the way it works. Like some of these intangible factors that skew toward the Chiefs, when it was Brady versus Mahomes, they skewed toward Brady.
So do you think Tom will pass the torch on TV?
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, because my dream is they win. Jim Nantz does it's a Pat trick, and then Tom Brady does. He is now the greatest of all time. I'm passing the torch to Patrick Mahomes. He's done something we've never done. You know?
I'd wonder if Brady's going to make his way down to the podium, because usually it's one of the people on like Terry Bradshaw does it for Fox.
Right.
I just wonder if Brady ends up being the one to hand the trophy to Mahomes.
Well, Elway did it last year. Why not do it this year?
Yeah. Hey, and Brady, I can't hate on the hustle or the ability to get whatever you want. Has anyone ever gotten what he wants in this world more than Tom Brady? I can think of a few names that would trigger some people. One particularly who's sitting at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. But has anyone gotten what he wants in this world more than Tom Brady?
No doubt. Two quick ones before we get you out of here, Mike. We appreciate the time. Howie Roseman or Brett Veach? Who'd you pick?
Well, one of them discovered Patrick Mahomes and one didn't. And so, the Eagles have an incredible team, and I like both of them, and I know both of them. I would say Veach because I think Veach is more comfortable working with a strong head coach, because I think Howie's got some scars of being marginalized by guys like Chip Kelly. And I think that Nick Sirianni maybe isn't the best possible coach for the Eagles, but I think he's less threatening to the GM than other coaches might be. And I think Howie's history has him skewing toward guys, because it's human nature too, skewing toward guys that aren't perceived as threats. And Brett, now look, Andy is perceived as having more juice, but Brett has been the one that's done the work and set the table. And Brett's told the story about discovering this kid at Texas Tech and lobbying aggressively to get Andy to pay attention, and the rest is history.
So then the last one, we had Gerald McCoy on earlier. He said, disrespect when people say the refs are giving the Chiefs the calls to favor their outcome of the game. What say Mike Florio?
Well, I do not believe that the NFL rigs outcomes, because I do not believe the NFL is competent enough to pull it off. It would be a conspiracy that would require the silencing of folks.
Did you guys just become best friends?
Right? But here's what I believe.
Yeah.
The NFL has eliminated the firewall between football business and football integrity. And that moment became clear to me when they trotted out Troy Vincent, the executive VP of football operations, October of 2023, to defend the hair trigger roughing the passer calls. And he said the most popular shows on TV are football games, and if your best quarterbacks are injured, it's not going to be the most popular show on TV.
Right.
I think that mindset, the link between the game and the money, it trickles into the subconscious of the referee. And in that complicated stew of processes and thoughts and your synapses and the message that goes from your mind to your hand, and you got your hand on your, I think that is a factor in the flag coming out for Patrick Mahomes. And somebody said to me yesterday, well, it's, there's other great quarterbacks. Yeah, but he's the one that's playing every January. He's the one that's in the championship game every year. So he's the one. If it would have been Josh Allen against Bo Nix, Josh Allen's going to get the flags in the AFC championship game. Because, and again, it's in the subconscious of the officials, because the NFL has allowed business and sport to become blurred.
Yep.
And everybody who's getting a paycheck signed by Roger Goodell is on board with this idea that we got to get more, we got to get more, we got to get more. And one way to get more is to keep your quarterbacks healthy. So that's what I think's happening.
And I
It's
agree
much
with you.
more
I've been
nuanced.
saying that for the last decade. The business side, people have to understand the business
Right.
side versus the sports side.
They don't care if the Chiefs win. They don't care who wins. They might have some teams that they particularly don't want to win.
Cleveland.
There might be some enemies of the league office from time to time, whoever they happen to be pissed off at any given time, like the Saints or persona non grata,
Right.
at times the Raiders. But I don't think that they care. I don't think they'd even dare to try. It would bring the whole house down if it would ever get out, and it would be impossible. It would be impossible to keep it quiet if there was some great conspiracy out there to help the Chiefs win. My concern, if I was a Chiefs fan, is there's going to be a subconscious blowback and a correction from all the talk, because the officials hear that too.
Yep.
And now they're thinking, I can't be perceived as being favorable to the Chiefs. I better keep the flag in my pocket, or I better throw it for this questionable hit on Jalen Hurts. That's my concern, that it goes the other way and it actually hurts the Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
And I was that way going into the AFC Championship game. I told these guys, I didn't eat the entire day because I thought we were going to see the overcorrection with Josh Allen.
Last one. Where's Myles Garrett going next year?
Well, I don't know, but what I think they should do, the Browns should do exactly what the Texans did with Deshaun Watson. Basically, you have minimum terms that must be agreed to by way of trade before you get permission to talk to Myles Garrett. 4 or 5 teams get pre-approved. The Chiefs, the Eagles, he clearly wants to go to a high-end contender. You get all those teams to the table, and then Myles Garrett gets to pick his team, negotiate his contract, and that's how it gets resolved. But it's going to be a team that he believes is a Super Bowl contender right away. Somebody was asking me earlier about the Patriots. They're not a contender right away. He's going to want to jump on board a team that right away with his presence becomes a shortlist Super Bowl contender. And look, that assumes that the Browns will even blink. You know, Jimmy Haslam, the owner of that team, he may be stubborn and say, if you don't want to play for us, you sit your ass on the couch, just like Mike Brown, the Bengals owner, said to Carson Palmer in 2011. But if they're willing to do it, that's the way to do it to get maximum return, and then Garrett gets to pick his spot. And it might be in Kansas City. Who knows?
Okay, that's how we got to stop it there. Mike, we appreciate the time. Take care.
Thanks,
Enjoy
guys.
Knowledge, man. That is Mike Florio. And again, all our guests are brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Kansas City is gearing up for their third straight title in Academy Sports and Outdoors has everything you need to rep your team during the historic run. We appreciate the time. We appreciate Nathan. We appreciate Mac, Bob Fescoe, Dusty Likens. Go do something nice for somebody today. Kansas City, you never know. It can change their day, week, month, or year. It is simply cool to care. Kansas City, stay safe, stay kind, stay tuned to 96.5 The Fan. It's Cody, Golden, Drew coming up next from 10 to 2.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty, live from New Orleans at Radio Row, brought to you by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy, drink responsibly. And by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Kansas City is gearing up for their third straight title, and Academy Sports and Outdoors has everything you need to rep your team during their